Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How was everyone today? Where we start here, since these guys just decided to jump up here. Felix was stealing a felt ball, then got distracted by who knows what. Anyway, hey Brain Twist. Hi Thomas, hi Huge Dino, Clifford and Maurice, hey Rod, hey Clownhammer, hey Wick Central and John. Hey, Malfrey and Lord Getface. Hi, Bill. Hi, Murph. What else do we have? Tuxedo. How is everyone this Sunday? Hey, Palm and Gersuf. Francis and Thunder Keys. Hey, Delvin. Hey, Ronnie. Nope, those are not food. Those are heat set inserts. What everyone think of the thumbnail? I do not stage those. If the cats are going to sit there while I'm taking pictures, then I will certainly try to get a good shot. But I do not want to be, like, have the intent. So, making some things sorted here so I can actually get to stuff. There we go. 3D Protofab, thanks for being a member. 38 months. Inspection already, we're just doing part 3. I know, they are little curious cats. I saw Felix's tail bush up today. The neighbor cat, Coconut, was outside, and they are used to Coconut coming around, but his tail was like 3 times this diameter, just bushed out. It was pretty funny. Hey, Spectra. Oh, let me catch up. Hey, Neil. Francois. Clownhammer, thanks for being a member. Welcome back, yeah. I had a good time at Open Sauce. It was really nice just walking around, although I could have left a few hours earlier. We were looking for things to do on Sunday, but that's okay. We got to meet a bunch of people and stuff. There he goes. Felix got his felt ball he was after, and he's off and running. Rod, thanks for being a member for 3 years. Huge Dino, thanks for being a member for 6 months. Here are 3D Remy. Hi Daniel, that's definitely Oscar's chair now. Oh yeah. Hey Poity. Hey Dark Dog. You could have joined us in finding candy on the booths. Oh, I was already doing that. I partook of the Haribos at the Tool whatever.ai booth and the little orange Tootsie Rolls at the Oshcut booth. Anyway. Maurice, thank you for the gifted memberships. Don't let me forget. I will give away, I think, the last 5 I have this month after the giveaway time. Which, reminder, Polymaker filament giveaway at the 3-hour mark, and LDO is providing a Colony Clacker Micron Plus door kit every stream. That is limited to the US. If the only thing that Jason is going to get is a US address, then I'm not going to gatekeep any other entries, but make sure that we're respectful of Jason's wishes to not ship that outside of the US. So anyway, this is where we're at. I printed a few more parts just to make sure we're ready today. I did a design on a part, a tweak design on a part, and we left off with having the gantry assembled, and it is time to belt it. So today we will be belting Z and the XY, and then going into things like, I want to do a test, like a trial assembly of the ant head, hoping to get to that today, because there's some design things that I need to look at for that, and maybe get into some electronics, putting electronics in place, stuff like that. We're just going to make progress. That's the point. We're going to make progress. So, Redacted, thanks for being a member. What else do we have here? Hey, Reth, you're here. Questionable choices. It's a good thing it wasn't working in the Scan It booth. Hey, Cybertech. Additive Atom. Huge thanks to Additive Atom. So, although I provided printers for his booth at OpenSauce, I feel like I got a very, at least compensated as well with the exhibitor badges, which allowed us to get in there Friday, and then allowed us to get in there 2 hours earlier than general admission every day, which avoided the crowds. That was hugely appreciated. Very much worth having the printers at the table for for the days. So anyway, wasn't Belted a Michael Jackson song? Maybe. Let's beat it. And I'm surprised I even know that. I'm terrible with songs and names and artists. Okay, let me get some coffee. Why do smaller projects just look cooler? I know, doesn't it? And this is gonna look so good. I am so pleased with this color combo. This this orange it's a custom color from Zeruncho. Apparently Fusion Filament is selling the matte version of it as some Helix Orange, something like that. This is, I think Zeruncho calls it Sunforged, but this is the gloss version. So Fusion has two different variants to their ABS, matte and gloss. Hi, oh no, it's Mike. Hi, Alex. The orange and carbon color looks very professional. Yeah. I chose the carbon just to get that little bit of sheen because there's a lot of pearl in this orange. Good job. There's a lot of pearl in this orange, so I thought a regular black wasn't gonna cut it. Building large printers recently, that looks so small. The matte looks really good too. I just don't have any, so I'm sure it does. I don't know that the pearl will come off as well with the matte though. Go. Hey, Nogarat. Keyboard match. It's satisfying. Oh, speaking of, I don't think I have that at OpenSauce. I got a aluminum machine keycap that is almost the exact same color as this. Hey, Fabrico Joe. So let's see. Let me minimize this. Get over here, and oops, that's not what I wanted. I want here. So we are, oh, that's what I forgot to do. We might have some hiccups in stream here for a second. Just warning. I need to start up Fusion. Does a matte additive change the material properties? I have no idea. The GPs. Tooltrace.ai. That's the one. Tooltrace.ai had Haribos. So one of my favorite booths. So Tooltrace.ai was a booth at OpenSauce, and this is a machine shop who needed a way to they wanted a way to organize their tools. And with like the foam cutouts in the shape of the tools, they developed a tool where a utility where you take a picture, you arrange your tools, take a picture of it, and it'll use some sort of AI to generate the outline of the tools, and it'll do either a DXF for cutting on a laser out of foam or whatever, or a STL, and a Gridfinity compatible STL. So very cool. Kittrell, oh yeah, my mindless veg time is often spent messing around in a Minecraft world. Been playing since a very long time ago. I think 2012 or so, pre-beta. Okay, anyway, I needed to start this up because I wanted to, okay, we are up to date. So let's get in here, and I've made a few changes. So these are files that I've changed. I changed the lower Z chain mount just to change its orientation so it'll mount to the bed extrusion rather than the frame extrusion. You did give me a creeper clicky. It's sitting on my desk at work, John. Your daughter gave me a creeper clicky and I loved it. It is a good little trinket example print at my desk at work now. Then I changed, so there, I changed this and I'm pretty proud of it. So I took the Micron, and this isn't all together yet, but I took the Micron back panel for the PTFE entry and I merged it with my 45-degree inlet, and this attached back here fit really well. I had to add, because of the depth is a little different, I added a little chamfer there and a spot for the heat set. And now we've got a little inlet on the back. So I'm hoping this will work pretty well and the angles will work out. So we'll see. We'll get that installed at some point, but this was last night's CAD exercise. I was modifying that, and then this is the little lower mount. I just changed the orientation of the slot for the thing. Oh, hi. Okay, what else did I do? I think that's it. Those are the main things. I have parts printed out for tool head stuff. I have electronics bay parts printed out, but for right now, we're gonna shift all of this to the side. And we're gonna work on belting. The tool head is gonna look great. I mean, just as a preview. This print I redid because cooling and sharp. One of the drawbacks to this stealth angular look is it's very easy to generate, because that prints like that on the bed. It's very easy to generate overhangs that are very difficult to cool, or if your seam is in the wrong place, that might have been because of a seam. You really have to pay attention to that stuff. So this print I wasn't super happy with anyway. They are reprinted. This is just the one that I mocked up for thumbnail pictures. Who has the idea to turn the picture into print? Tool, what was that again, Bill? Tool something, let's see. Tooltrace.ai. And it's one of those things that's truly free. They're not asking for an email address. The attitude of the company there was really good for that. This is just something that they needed themselves and decided to release. Hey, projects. Guts. The black here is Sirayatech Black ASA glass fiber. This is the same stuff I used on the black box build. And then the orange is a gloss version of the Helix orange from Fusion Filaments. This predates that. It is a custom request from Zeruncho. It is a dark orange with a lot of pearl in it. And when you use Hilbert Curve as your first layer, you get some really cool effect there, I think. So, hey the ranch kid. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, we're just gonna get to it. I've got all the old belts. There is no time on these, so we will be reusing them. I don't know where they went. I have Sirayatech ABS glass fiber. Might print with it as soon if it looks as good. Yeah. PLA is $15 at Micro Center today. We did make a trip to Micro Center in the new Micro Center in Santa Clara. They had Pi 5 16 gigs on sale for $20 off. So I picked up one of those, not for a printer project. What I figure I'll do is I'll use my, hey, no text on that one. It's perfect. I'll use one of my lower RAM Pi 5s in a printer as a test type stuff, and with Calico, which I hear can utilize some of the hour. So, what do we got? Hey, Rishab. Thank you. And GTR Dad. Evening all. Hey, Scott. Not missed anything yet. Okay, so we put all this together. I need to basically undo the bottom screws so I can sneak the belt up in there, and but I don't think it'll be too bad. And then we'll get it from the top. So we'll start with the bottom ones and then go around. Where is my screwdriver? The ball end. I think I need the ball end, but it should have been right here. Whatever. I failed at Coffee 101 this morning. Oops. Hey, BBs. So that is probably gonna... Those are all loose. Yeah, all of these are loose, as they should be. So my hope is I can just pull these out. Maybe even leave it partially in. Some glasses here. What do we have? This thing looks about even on either side as to where it was clamped. Oh no, that's the one that was on top. This is the bottom. You can see where it was clamped. The extra, I think, was coming up out of the top. So this would have been a bottom. Should be able to lift this up, sneak this in here. That should come right to the end, because this is all this is stuff that was already in here, and that's flush with the end now. So now I can get back up in here and just tighten that up. Garrett, welcome. Where's the cat? The cats are all over the place. They explore. Hi, Derek. Good morning. How are you? And hi, not doing this today. Hey, John. The cats do as they please. This is so true. So I think what I'm gonna do is go around and attach all the belts. I think that's all correct, yeah. So it comes down here, goes through the drives on the bottom, and then up around an idler, which we still have to assemble and install. But this gets the belts on the printer. So, reading glasses, getting annoying to read chat on the phone. Uh-oh. I am right into reading glasses for little details. Contacts are great. They keep me from needing my glasses for phone, or if I really can't do something, but it just makes it easier. Really see what I'm doing. Oh, there goes that one. That's what I figured. So these are going to be fun because of the stepper there. I lift this up and sneak this thing in there. Should be able to get this worked into the center of the... Hey, buddy. There we go. Clickety click. There we go. Hey, Bob. Bob, I gotta imagine that you enjoyed today's thumbnail. Did you see it? Got sidetracked trying to find that orange infusion filament website, but no luck. Well, if you go to their matte filament, it's called Helix something orange, and it is sold out as of right after the first stream in this series. I don't know if they've gotten it back in stock yet, but we did give them a little hug. did give him a little hug. Okay. These on here. Hey, Thelene. I'm watching your old stream, Rebuilding the Green 2.4. Your beard was shorter. It was. That is true. Ooh. I think the play here for these back ones for sure is remove that front screw entirely and then loosen, oh, let's get it on there, loosen this one, not fully, but enough to where we can lift it out of the way. And then we can sneak the, did I do this right? Oh, sweet. No text on either of those. Oh, there's text. Okay. So this goes in here like this. It's going to go up like that. Read it from the front. That's perfect. Yes, that looks fun to play with, huh, Oscar? There we go. Shift it over into place. Sweet. Nice and easy. Yes, yes, yes. No. Wait until I get it attached. Nope. It's on the hunt now. It's a big perforated belt, yeah. Hey, Killer Prince. If anybody is looking for something to watch before this stream, you have a couple of choices, at least a couple of good choices. You've got Grant over at 3D Musketeers, who starts at an hour before I start. But you also have Killer Prince here, who starts 3 hours before I start. Today was working on refreshing an older printer, the second something. Go check it out. YouTube Killa_Prince. Hi, Tohos. Hey, Skyrim. Grant used to time his streams better. He's got to do what he's got to do. There's no complaints here. I appreciate him rating in when he's done. There are no hard feelings, no issues. You folks that want to be here from the beginning will be. Hey, Collie. Second SK Cube. Okay, so looking at, oh, 3 of the 4 of these don't have any text on them. I only had to worry about the text on 1 of them. That's pretty good. Yes, 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 I know. It looks so fun. There we go. Hey, penguin makers. And we may or may not have to adjust these depending on how. Actually, I feel like this one's probably going to need to be back one. It's slightly proud of the surface there, but I didn't really pay super close attention to how these were before. So let's, oh, that feels too much. If I go back 1 tooth, then it's way buried. So I think it's gotta be got to be right there. I just must not have cut it super flush. And I know I didn't cut it after, so I could have double checked, and I probably should have double checked how equal these were for length. Yes, every time you jump, it's going to be a little longer jump unless I help you out here. Make sure you get the text the right way up. Okay, so all of that is there. And then we need to work on the idlers above. We have these BFI, BFZ. These go up here. These have a nice angry face, bearing carrier, some screws that go in. So heads up for maybe a little delay in the stream because I forgot to open the CAD for this. It's opening now. We might get some stuttering. Opens. Remember, this is a, oh, there it goes. There's the stuttering. Hey, Obi-Wan. So we have the CAD here. Let's get rid of the panels. I just want to know what size fasteners we have here. So we have an M3 by 20 going through there, and we have a M3 by 30 for the tensioners. And then up in here, we have hex nuts. Not square nuts, hex nuts. So that's enough information for us to figure it out. Oh, I got a bunch of hex nuts down here. I just bought an Ender 5 S1 for $70. It was cheaper than building one. Yeah. Hey, Steve Alpha. Okay, and then I cut the pins for these. So I am doing the pin version on everything. Pinned on the AB drives, pinned on the XY joints, and on the front idlers. So we need washers. So a bunch of, for the Z and front idlers, how do you make sure you get equal tension across the two screws? So that is a very good question. So full disclosure, I'm not a super big fan of the dual screw adjustment method. We're doing it here because it's the design and I want to go through it, but it's definitely an added complication, a thing that you have to pay extra attention to in order to have a successful build. And that's the reason I think the idea is solid. It just takes extra effort to do correctly. Okay, so we're there, and then we're gonna build up a little bearing stack here. So here, and a bearing. Another, and then another washer. And then this whole thing will drop into here. Now, I notice a ton of play here, so let's find out why. There's a ton of play there. Did I just lose one of those washers? Yeah, I think so. Must have fell in here somewhere. Okay, there's a ton of play. Let's find out why. Maybe I've got the wrong washers set up. Okay, so there's a few different versions here. There's a live idler version, which uses bearings on the side. So let's get in here and hide the extra parts. How did Adam? Thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, don't knock it. So let's get rid of this. Give us a little more. And then we're gonna go into the Z drives assembly, And we're working on the Z idler here. And there is a live idler version, so we're going to hide that. And we should, do we need toothed idlers on this? The previous Micron used bearing stacks. We're using orange belt. Are you taking this seriously? I know what happened with the orange belt, so. So there are toothed idlers that would go here. Let's see, is there another bearing stack idler? Okay, so let's do toothed idler, hide that. Okay, so bearing stack idler. So what may have happened, let's do a check here. I may have printed the wrong carriers here. So let's just do an info. We're gonna measure this gap here, which is 9.2 millimeters. And I bet you I printed the wrong accent piece. So if we go in here, oh yeah, we're over 10 millimeters there. So I did print the wrong pieces here. Let's see. Let's see what I have for small idlers. One, two, three, and four. Okay, so we're gonna use toothed idlers here. I'm gonna grab every toothed one that I have in here so we can check them, because this is a spare parts bin. I want to make sure they all roll smoothly. So there are options to do the bearing stack, like what I tried to do. Make sure I don't have any other idlers up in here that, yeah. But we have enough. So what I am gonna do is I'm just gonna stick this in here and drop that and just kind of put a screwdriver in here and make sure I don't feel any, grittiness in that bearing. That one feels great. Belint, thank you for the 2000 HUF, HUF. What currency is that? Yeah, that feels great. That feels pretty good, but didn't spin as well as the other. It feels good. Yeah, that one spins really good. Hungarian foreign, thank you. I have bearings in mine, not an idler fan. Yeah, so the big difference, the reason, so there's trade-offs, right? What are you doing, Felix? Yes, hold on a second. That's a spot you can get to. You're not in trouble. You have a cobweb all over your whiskers. Getcha. There you go. A mixture of cat hair and cobwebs, and maybe a beard hair in there too. Oh yeah, that's a beard hair. Andrew Rogers, thank you for the super chat for the furry supervisor guts to get paid fun. Thank you. Yeah, these are good. All those, they're all pretty good. I would use them. It's just the best of them is right here. So the big difference here and why you might want to choose a bearing stack versus a toothed idler is you see the center of that is the bearing, and this whole thing is the bearing. So the balls in this bearing are much larger than the ones in here, which means these are gonna last longer. However, this is a smooth surface you're running the teeth against. Whether that has an impact or not, I kind of doubt it does, especially on Z. So durability, the bearing stack might be better. This is gonna be fine though. Here, Chapman. And that is the parts we have printed for it. So we are gonna go for it. These away. We are going for the bearing, because that's the parts I have printed. Oh, there's the washer I thought I lost. Goes there. All the kitties, yep. So this guy goes in here. You guys are hitting the keyboard. Oh, good job, Felix. I think that's the first time he's jumped from the bench to the chair. So these cats, many cases already, we have found them doing the things the other cat likes to do just because they see the other cat getting attention. I don't know if their balls are pins, Bob. I haven't taken one apart. They could be roller bearings. So Oscar, there's a little scratching pad outside of our bathroom door, and his favorite place to be is to scratch on that and then turn over on his back so he can get belly rubs. And of course we have to give him belly rubs every time he does that. So now Felix is taken to turning over on his back, even though he doesn't like belly rubs as much as Oscar does, but he sees the attention that Oscar gets. Keela, welcome. How are you? Okay, so we are going to, I think this is still going to need some bearings in here looking at the CAD. Oh yeah, and even that isn't going to, but that's fine. There's some drift there isn't a bad thing. We want to make sure it's not rubbing on the plastic on the side. So we're going to put a couple of bearings in here, or washers in here. And then this thing. Gives it quite a bit of play, but whatever. I had three sisters that like to roll my sockets down my driveway when I was building my race bike years ago. Kitty see, kitty do. Yep. If one cat sees the other one getting attention for something, there is a good chance at some point we'll catch the other cat doing that. Ooh, those are a fairly loose fit in there, so we need some M3 by 30 button heads. Those are 25s. Might be out of 30s over here. Yep. Oh. Nope, those are black oxide. Other one. There we go. We're gonna need 8 of these. Let's just get them out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 2 of these. Going up through here, and then I'm pretty sure this is symmetric, so there's no front or back here. I'm not sure that's true, looking at it. Not 100% sure. Let's look at the CAD and make sure. Let's isolate that part. No, they are symmetric. Just want to make sure. Looking at the print, it's hard to tell, but it's got my notification that I'm live. Well, that's good. At least there's a notification. Hey, dear. It's like the Micron would be a challenge for my little hands. I don't know. cat. Look at the cat and make sure. The holes look offset to the front and back to me. Oh, you're right. You are right. That's weird though. Wow. That suggestion, if that is off, I mean, when I was looking at, oops, sorry, switched for no reason. That looks even. That looks completely even. If it is this close, there should be some indication if it matters. So if we go here and we measure that, so we have 3 millimeters there and 3 millimeters there. So they are the same here on the printed part. What's going on with the CAD then? That is off. That is definitely off. We measure from here, oops, not there. Get this stuff out of the way that's getting in my way of my keyboard. Here to here. That's about 4 millimeters there. If we look from here to here, that's 5 millimeters. That's a millimeter off. They are clearly offset in the CAD by a millimeter. They are clearly not offset in the printed part. So let's pull this apart and see. Let's, instead of isolating that, let's isolate the Z drive assembly. Right click here and isolate. Now we can see all of the Z stuff. So let's go to, let's grab one of these assemblies. Which one? The one we're looking at is this one. Let's go ahead and isolate this one so it's easier to see. There's a different piece that has a cutout for a bearing. Yeah, let's make sure we have the right pieces. Okay, so we have all of the pieces are stacked on each other right now, which is fine, but the single screw going through, let's get rid of, and if we expand this now, oops. Let's expand this, and we're not going to use a live idler version. So let's get rid of the live idler version. And then we're not using the stacked bearing version. The bearing stack idler. We're using the toothed idler. Okay. And then there's two versions of that. There's one with a, you can put a screw in here instead of a pin. So there's a pinned version. So let's go here, and there's the 18 millimeter pin. And then there's also a 3x16 screw. Now that should mean two different bodies here. Toothed idler pinned and toothed idler carrier. So there's two bodies here for the that. So let's get rid of that one. So now we're left with only this. Let's get rid of the hardware here. That's up here in the Z idler hardware. Those are not. Those are centered. So I had a different one there. They're not centered on one of them. So this is correct. Everything's good. This is symmetric. But which one was offset? Which one was I looking at before? There's whatever one came in right there. Let's get rid of that. Is that right? Still want. It's the hardware. Which one was it that was? bearing stack. Yeah, that one. The bearing stack one is not centered. Is that in? It might be intentional. The bearing, okay, so it should be intentional. But it would be nice to have probably an indicator on here on which way it goes. So it's intentional because, let's see, the diameter of this, yep, the bearing stack one is offset. And if we look at let's just compare, we have to compare where this rides. We can't really measure this and make a comparison, but what I'm sure is the case is the path that the belt takes around a tooth idler. Oh yeah, we can do this. Here, let's measure the outside with the belt on there is about 11 point, a little under 11.2, or right at 11.2 millimeters. If we take the path that the belt takes around a bearing stack, just hold these in here, like this, we are at, oh, quite a significant difference. So that offset is needed. I'm curious, since we're seeing a difference of basically a little under 2 millimeters. It's 1 millimeter offset. I think that makes sense. So that's why it's offset. You're showing on CAD the screw for pin that was offset. Yeah, I get it. Easy to get flipped around. That's why we double and triple check. But it is offset because the effective diameter of the belt path going around the different solutions is different. But my suggestion is that bearing stack version probably use a marking, maybe an arrow or something. The screw and bearing inline. The most important part is the lineup of the driven side of the entire belt assembly. So as long as that is correct, and what they had to do is move the bearing stack version inward by 1 millimeter in order to line up that driven side. If you don't, then you end up with angles in your belt paths, which changes your the distance that it moves at different points. You don't want the screw and bearing, don't you want, oh yeah. An arrow would be nice. It took me the better part of an hour to figure out which one and which way I was supposed to go. So whichever way I'm thinking it out, I'm pretty sure that you want that bearing stack to be offset towards the inside of the printer. Because the driven side of your motion system here is on the outside of the printer. Doesn't the force now lean offset from the screw rather than hanging directly down? Oh, I get it. Yep. So that would require, so that's a trade-off. That would require a change in the mount here. And it looks like they've prioritized having a single part for the top piece. The question is that 1 millimeter going to make a difference? I don't know. I don't know. So, okay. That was a good little investigation. Okay, so we need a bunch of these 20 millimeter screws. So fish out all the 20s from here. We'll need 8 of them. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that one's too short. 7 and 8. Another spot. Okay, this, how am I gonna best show this? Probably it's up, zooming in. Right here. There you go. There. I do like that there being one part, there is a tab here, but that there is a tab is going to have some impact on helping to prevent this extrusion from rotating. Is your Trident build from 3 years ago still relevant today? It is still relevant. Are you talking about, so there's two there, Spectra. I did the tri-bent build before MERF 23, or was it 22? That's going to be the most recent kit build I've done. Okay. I like to build a printer out of all the PET GF, as you can get colors and high temp. Nice. So yeah. When you tension these, oh, come on, right here. Right here? You can give it to me? Whatever. When you tension your Z belts, if you go too high, you do run the risk of twisting this extrusion. That's one reason I've decided I'm not a fan of handles on a 2.4 or whatever, because your chances of twisting that extrusion are pretty high. And hi, Jose. Belting through the new Z drive is going to be easier or harder than during the original build? I suspect it's going to be easier because there's belt paths that Hartk put in. Okay, so I think this is just going to be, here, why don't we do this? With this out of the way, go back here, and let's build the rest of these. And then put them on. One more of these. Where'd you go? There it is. Okay. What it can twist? Yeah, there's nothing holding these extrusions here in but the blind joints. If I grab this and twist, I could make this twist. Even if these are tightened pretty tight, I could grab this and twist it. Then if you put too much tension on your Z-belts, or you put enough tension on the Z-belts to overcome the friction of this joint, then you're going to get a twist in that extrusion, which is going to change your belt tension, which you're going to feel, oh, it needs to be tighter. So you're going to tighten it more and twist it more until you realize that this is twisting. Could also add a bit to the Z idler base. Also mount the front and rear frame maybe to make it more rigid. Yeah, there's lots of things you could do. At the very minimum, this little tab helps. It gives it at least a limit to how far it can twist. But you're right, an active attachment at 2 points would be helpful, I think. About the Doom Cube version of the Micron. Is it mount multiple points there? This and At some point, I would like to obtain a Doom style frame for this printer and do it up. It ends up way more rigid due to the panels and skirts. I have Doom extrusions for a 250 V2, so that's a potential future project as well. Have all the files for it on your GitHub. Little bit of droopy filament in here, making some of these difficult to. So little, I could take a reamer in there too, but let's see if that's enough. Yep. For that one. Yep. Cool. Worked with all the designers to get everything together in one place rather than finding them scattered on Discord. Well, that's good. Is there a Micron Plus kit coming from LDO? There is. There is, Joey. That's so I'm early in this, but I also don't really need to build another Micron. It's much better for me to update my existing Micron to the R1 parts. So the my intent for this build is to provide some potential feedback on the build process. So much of what I've provided so far is little things like printed part orientation on GitHub and the upper A drive, which had the pinhole wrong, that kind of stuff. Don't need to build another Micron. I don't have room for another Micron. Micron's a small printer and I don't need two of them. Okay, so what I also want to do, since these are, so part of managing these dual tension things, I think, is make sure you start from a consistent point. So having these threaded in the same amount is important. So we can, as long as we're through the threads there, and we'll adjust them as needed, but I'm just gonna take them right to the end of the nut in there. So I'm fully engaged with the nut, and that should be even. We'll just do that on all of them right now. Just take that right to the end of the nut. And visually make sure that they're sitting right. So if you pay extra attention to starting at a consistent spot and tighten them evenly, then you should end up with it set up. Okay, Felix is really wanting out. So let's let Felix go. Yeah? Oh, you're excited. He's off. Okay, they'll be back. But I haven't seen Felix so excited to leave the room. He must have had to use the bathroom. I do need many more printers. I just don't need another Micron. Just like I don't need another Mercury 1. I don't need another VZ bot. I mean, I always need more Vorons, but I don't need another switch wire. I don't need another V0. I already have 3 of them. What are these things? Are you talking about these? So these are the idlers for the Z belts. And these are the BFZ idlers for Micron. Don't you have room for 3 more Microns inside the Phoenix? Probably. Hey, Joe. Hey, Kobe. Okay, so I'll just leave this camera angle. I think it'll be fine. One thing with these little inserts for the nuts, they space them just about right for these holes. LDO monolith, not too far away. Yeah, and if that ends up on the bench, it will be an upgrade to an existing printer, I'm sure. Just like my stealth changer, I'm updating when we do that here in the next series or so. That will be done on my blue V2. Now it's my beta build V2, so it's quite an old printer. But while I'm here, maybe not. Let's do these down to even. Would you rather update a Trident or a 2.4? Either, if there's a fun update to do. I like both printers. I like both printers very much. I am project lead for Trident, but I also led the 2.4 R2 revisions, which basically was Trident released, 2.4 R2 to bring it in line with the changes in Trident, and then Trident R1 to bring it along with the additional changes in 2.4. I've seen some of the monolith stuff. If that opportunity comes about to build with those parts, I'm sure I'm looking forward to it. Kobe, I wouldn't mind trying some of the different quad XY solutions as well. How to do Micron R1 style gantry in my 2.4 rebuild printed in PPSCF. Nice. When we do the Mad Max stuff to Tridex, oh, that one's already set. I will be printing the carriage stuff, the Mad Max plate stuff in either PPSCF or the PPACF. I'm not sure which. Might do, oh shoot, might do both and see how they anneal, see how they handle annealing. Could also try PET CF. I have some of that. Beta tester for Mammoth VZ gantry for Voron. It's amazing. I'm not ever going to cover Mammoth stuff. So the licensing stuff around that and the attitude of the developer, if I'm thinking of the correct project, let me preface that, means that it won't show up on my project table. And that's all I'll say about that. Mad Max is a tool changer setup by Zorencho. You go searching for it, I think you'll find it. Doesn't PPS require 320 to 350 C nozzle temp? Yes, yes, those require high nozzle temps, but not high chamber temps, which is really interesting. I reprinted the Zoll main body for the gray Trident because, let's see here. Okay, so this is a reprint for a hot end for the gray Trident. and it's nice and clean. Turned out pretty well. This is the Polymaker ASA. This printer though, I spent many hours printing PCCF, Ambrosia PCCF for my Cascade here. Many hours with the blankets all over it to get those chamber temps up and near 300 C hot end temps. Well, it looked like this when it was done. So I made the last print with this setup, trying out the Sirayatech PPACF, and then I annealed it and it's installed right now. I was very pleased that all the little sequin, the NeoPixel sequin mounts, they all fit in there fine. Everything fit fine. The fans fit in the spot. I was very pleased with the dimensional stability of that filament. Revos and Dragons can't go up that high. Oh, as far as, oh, yes. So I am running a Rapido Ace, a Triangle Labs Rapido Ace with a PT1000 on that printer now. I replaced, this was the Rapido that we built it with. I replaced this because this is just a 104 NT thermistor on this. So I had to do that in order to get there. Okay. I don't think ceramic heaters like that, like going up that high, but conventional ones are fine. I do have a couple of Revo high temps. One of them is installed in a Trident I'm working on. Just haven't printed with it yet, but it does have a traditional heater. Okay, so those are done. Everything is, all the screws are adjusted to about the same height. Matter of changing the thermistor and not a heating element issue then. So if there are the issues with any material makeup of the heater aside, to hit the temperatures for these filaments that are coming out that don't require high chamber temperatures, it's just, the biggest issue is the thermistor. You need a PT100 or a PT1000. Now, Neil, do you know if the ceramic heater stuff comes into play more when you're hitting like 400 plus C and that kind of thing? Or is it an issue at 350, 325? I don't know. I hadn't heard any issues with the ceramic stuff. And is it across the board, or is it just certain styles, like the bamboo, the little flat style versus the cylindrical style of a Revo, or although that doesn't hit it anyway because the thermistor's wrong, but. Okay, now we get to, since those are in, now we can belt the rest. So let's bump this on its side. Just work on this from here. So I think we'll start with this one. Get those out of the way. I think, make sure we're not resting on anything. It's not the angle we want. We want it down there. There we go. I've seen a lot of ceramic heaters not liking above 300. Yeah, I can tell you if it's an exact design or brand. I guess best to check the manufacturer specs. I don't know what Triangle Labs or Fadis or Runis or whoever makes it recommends for their PT1000 equipped hot ends. I've seen the not like 500C like the Revo high temp. So I wonder if that is playing a factor in terms of the, nope, that's, I wonder if that's playing a factor in terms of the capability. And just tell you my experience, my Rapidos hit 350 fine. With a PT1000 projects? Just went for a Phaetus Dragon UHF as it takes a basic heater cartridge and thermistor. Got it. Okay. No, I don't need to take these off. I had taken these off because I needed to move the Z drives to take all the zip tie anchors off the bed. So let me put this back on. I don't think we need to take these off. Hey, Jeremy. This is going really well. We're making progress. Started work on the frame, my 300 by 250 Trident, have a 1.8 frame. Members drilled, need to cut and tap 2 extrusions. Nice. Yeah, PT1000, yep. Okay, so this is supposed to be a whole lot easier. So we should be able to just go through like that, but we want to make sure we're hitting the top. So through the top, maybe this is going to be the better angle for you guys to see. Hey Kyle, you dropping in and out today as I got a few things around the house to do. Well, thanks for stopping by. Keeping tabs on the 73. Donkey, how are you? Okay, so this should go up here. I think the little bend here let's just bend those back the other way. My bends, pre-bends in the belt path are really causing it to catch on the spot. There we go. So I'll get that sorted. So here's what we can do, I think. Should be able to use a zip tie trick. I hope there's enough space. Let's see if that'll work. Just a long zip tie. Let's see if that works. Let's put it there, and pull it through. I think that's too thick of a zip tie. Not enough space. Yeah, bend here is what's causing me trouble. So if we can bend it quick enough, we can get it through like that. Go. So we're just going to let that hang for a bit, and we'll do the other ones. So let's see. We're going to be fighting this on all of them. I may try a. Oops, we need to pull the feet off for all of them though. The feet don't matter where they go. Just so you know, my boy Cat is patiently waiting for the parts of the stream featuring cats. The only reason he watches. So here's the deal, Mike. Let's see. My boy Cat. Your boy Cat needs to like and subscribe. And we'll make extra effort to get the cats on camera. This is a lot better. This very much is. All the problems I'm having here are just dealing with the belts that I previously used. So they have sharp bends in the corners. But see, that one did just like that, and should be able to, yep, there we go. That one. convince my orange boy to do that. He has thumbs. Is your orange boy polydactyl? Oh, that was the wrong way. Let's go straighten this out. Go. Look at that. Just got to get the hang of it. There is a spot in there that I bet you, with a little bit of extra material, this guiding could be a little better. There is a spot right there that it catches on. If I can do this, and then maybe I can get that. It wants to catch right on the end, but it's because of this bend that's in there. Mine aren't curving the right way. Mine are curving exactly opposite of what I need. They curve exactly opposite what I need. So I'm having to do a quick, yeah, it's catching right inside there. And it's because when you push this up through there, this is going that way. And I'm not quick enough. I need to get a bend here and then get it in. Yep, and I already screwed it up because that memory, the memory is strong with this. Yeah, it wants to catch right there. I don't know if, let's go all the way in. See if we can get a shot there. I don't know if you, can't really see it. Oh, I don't even have my phone on me. Yeah, there's right to the side of the belt there is a spot. Let me try a thinner zip tie. Hey, buddy. Try a thinner zip tie to help guide. So let's go all the way through. This. Keep it right on. Oh, it just wants to push right into, that's frustrating. That is frustrating. There's not enough space there and there's a spot right there. I want to look at the CAD and see if that can be mitigated, because if there's any bend to your belt, some of these have gone super smooth, but that one, nope, went right through. Nope, wrong side. Let's try this side. Okay, so it's right there. And it's so tight, and I know I'm in the way. I don't know. I'm starting to get a little frustrated here because it's right there, and no matter how much I'm trying to bend the part of this is angles, trying to keep it in camera view. I can't actually get a good, I'm guessing as to where I'm going, so I'm hitting wrong underneath. There we go. Without dealing with the camera, that would not have been as hard as it was. But that was frustrating. That would not have been as hard as it was without dealing with the camera. Yeah, let's go. There's just not enough space. Any thickness I found, there's not enough space for the belt and the zip tie. Even this little thing, there wasn't enough. Okay. Those are on. So now we can put our feet back on. Sure that shift that to the side, so this curve here, so we can get the, hopefully get the bottom panel on without removing the feet. I feed both ends from the top we see. Probably, but I thought it was easier to attach the one side of the... Hey, Steven. Ah. Okay, all that is good. So now, turn this over. Gantry down so it doesn't slam down. Oh. There. So if we take this guy now, goes through idler, and then down, loop under there. So this guy is going to have to come all the way off, I think. Looking at E3D and TL CHC is limited to 300, 320. E3D revo time, high temp goes back to a conventional. Looking at E3D and TL CHC. What is CHC? Okay, so this, the tongue, stick out the tongue. Just get that in. Get those started. This comes through here. Pull. Nope, nope, nope. I did it wrong. I forgot. I got to run the belt through the front idler. I got it, Penguin. Gotta get it up through here. There we go. Then through the top idler. There we go. New versions, they use MCH, which is kind of nice. CHC is a hot end series from Triangle Limbs. Okay. Printer stacking solutions. Want to stack a bamboo? No idea. Okay, let's keep these loose enough. Now, So it'll pull through. It looks like the idler on these is a little higher than before, maybe. That's okay. Let's grab these. And let's grab the end and see if we can pull the tooth. Okay, so we're gonna try that. Tighten this one down. See, that is quite tight, so I think that's a little too tight. I want to pull a tooth out of there. There we go. We'll have that much sticking out. And then we'll rely on the tensioners to pull up the rest. So just a little bit, just a little barely tongue sticking out. Sort of $440 Molex Microfit crimper. It does get expensive. I need to build a Micron, I think. Need one for their collection. How many Ugga too tight? Well, the tension was pretty high. And now it's nice and loose, but we have plenty of adjustment. So we're gonna leave that right there. And then we're gonna move on to the next one. We're gonna set it up with the same amount of belt sticking out over here and see what it looks like for all that. So up through the A drive, up through here, through the idler, and down here. Got a, I don't know if you can see it. I was opening mail and I got a paper cut in the web of my finger here. Don't touch it, it hurts. Okay, so if that does like, let's pull this out, one tooth there. Sticking out one tooth like the other one. This is where I really should have checked to make sure all these belts are the same length, because that one is slightly tighter than this one. So I don't know if, let's make sure this is settled right. Should have confirmed they were all the same length. Probably better off one tooth back. Come on. Oh, all the way out. I'm building another V2. It's not your fault, but watching your builds make me jealous. I am really regretting. Keep knocking things around. I am regretting not checking the belt lengths on these. It didn't occur. Oh, shoot. Let's just go right there. That one's not going to be sticking out, but I want to see how it is in terms of tension. So I think that's a whole tooth too little. Hey, Phil. Just pinged you a link on Discord where I found the E3D info. Okay. The challenge is getting this right where I want it. I need to pull it too far. right there. I think that's where I want it. Make sure we're settle into the little spots for the belt. That's not right. I think it was right the very first time I had it. I think it was. I think these are the same length, so I just need to bump that out one tooth there. Tighten this down. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay, so same amount of belt out of each one. I'll check that out, Neil. I got my belt on and cannot recall how closely I checked the length. I stared at it for an hour before I took them back off to be sure. I really want to, I should have done it here. I don't want to take it apart to get there, but I want to stress how important it is to get the belt lengths all the same, all the way across. It makes checking things later so much easier. I've taken to even clamping down one end on my bench here and running them across and actually making sure as it goes, each tooth lines up so that when I get to the end, I'm cutting them to the exact same lengths. It's so important. Here. Someday I'll do what you say. So it should, hopefully, if all these are the same, should be only one tooth. Now, that other one's got to be right because it's not going to be more than a tooth off, and changing it a tooth didn't impact. Now this one is really interesting because it is very loose. Why is this one so loose compared to the others? Wow, what did I do different? Oh, I know what I did different. Anybody else see what I did different? There we go. Toho's got it already before. Like, why is this so loose? When something is very wrong, you done screwed up. There we go. Bet you that'll work better. Like, just got done talking about these can't be more than a tooth or so off, and that one's like 10 teeth off. Okay, so let's pull this back one tooth because it's 2 teeth out right now. And it is tighter than the others, so it's kind of hard to, there we go, 1 tooth. If you get the tension on these screws just right and you pull very carefully, you can get them to, it seems looser than the others, but I don't know if that's a full tooth looser. Let's see. Let's pull a tooth back out. See if I can get a hold of it. Okay. A little looser. It needs to actually hold though. Oh, jeez. It's so... No, I almost had it. Just had to pull a little more. There we go. It's not a driven pulley, so it's an idling pulley. Yeah, and so this belt is a tooth different than the others because now all the tensions are very close to the same. So this belt is a tooth longer than the others. I am going to suggest, based on this, another little tweak. I think these could be thicker. The reason I say that is that we're already seeing stress marks in the ABS from tightening those down. I think these things could be thicker, and I don't think making them thicker will impact the part. But we're going to keep going. It'd be interesting to see if that, oops, almost did it again. And the kit or self-sourcing, knowing what that time does not matter. Kit or self-sourcing is still very individual preference dependent. If you want full control over every component in your printer build, then self-sourcing is a way to do it. What I do recommend is check to see exactly what is coming in kits. And then you can make a determination on if you did want to change anything, what that would mean. Oops, wrong way. Through the bottom, through here, to, come on. No. Come on. There we go. The idler, yep. Hey, John. Too tight there compared to the others. Too tight. See, if I double checked all of the belts being the same length, then I could just put these in that way and then I would know that any variation is due to where the idlers are. Yeah, I definitely, if you're a first-time builder, and that's closer than the other was, so I'm going to call that right there. So this, I think, is the only one that was long. I'm going to just go for it and trim that, the one tooth. Whoop. I'm going to trim this one tooth, and now you never know. They all look the same. Glad I caught the stream live. I've watched the first two parts, looking to build a Micron R1 kit within the next 6 months. Awesome. And that 6 months probably lines up pretty well with kits being in stock from LDO if you're choosing to go that way. Be sure, if you're in the US, enter for a Colony Clacker door. We're going to be installing that as part of this build, and LDO's letting us give away one every stream. Making sure these are all tight. Cornea adjusters were one tooth looser. It could have been. Okay. Kit is always cheaper and more convenient. Totally understand. Thank you very much. We'll look at the kits in more detail, but monthly budget level self-sourcing will certainly take over. I don't know what the ETA is on these kits. I thought I saw Jason mention something 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months out. Cool. So that is, the gantry is now being held in place. this out of the way, and we are going to demonstrate my method. So these are the belts. So these are just GT2 belts. I had put GT3 belts on this. I'm gonna keep the same belts, assuming all the lengths line up. So what I am going to do, zoom us out. And I'm gonna need to step in front of this for a second. Okay. This, I have been just teeth side up, setting this on the end near the edge of my bench, and I'm just literally clamping it to the bench. There is a really cool printed part for doing this. I don't remember who makes it, but it has a, it intertwines the teeth and a couple of bearings just to make sure that they stay lined up as you're running them through. Yep, I'm creating a mess, that's fine. Here we go. So all the way through, everything's lined up, everything's parallel with the edge of my bench, and these are exactly the same length. Now where they get cut, there's a little extra flag there on the other end. We wanted to trim that little bit right there. Now they are exactly the same length. So. Hi, John. Thanks for becoming a member. Okay. Send the maker chips from the last event all over. Sounds like a cool little tool. I have to check like 3 times to make sure which belt had the leading. Yes, that's my problem, Patrick. This is definitely easy, but clamping it to, if you have a surface like this, just fixing one end and just running it across, you're absolutely sure that it's going to be the same length. But if you put these together, they do mesh. You have to remember which side is which. By the time you get all the way to the end here, I don't know about you, but I've already forgotten which one was the leading tooth. That's long out of my memory. Count out 175 number 40 chain links while flies are biting. Ouch. Okay, let's get this thing belted. What is that going to take? Oh no, I want to do one more thing before we belt it. Well, that was dumb. Oh, well, I should have done this very first thing we did. This guy goes in here. Does that just, which way does that go? Maybe I can just press it in. That's the little, where the Y end stop is. Let's just back out of all this. I'm just Control Z, undo. Closed loop belts used where? Okay, so in the drive here we have, let's see, oh come on, that, okay, so that shape is what I'm looking for. That goes in there, and if we look at this little thing, it's shaped like that, And it seemed like, I think it will just press in. I hope. It does. Sweet. I don't have to take that off. Wow. It's a tough press. This is a job for the Knipex. Let's see if I can. There. There we go. Press. It's a tough press because I'm pressing it past the layer lines. That thing's not coming out. But what I do, I can't quite get a good grip on it because there's a bearing directly to the other side of here. There we go. And just put something there. Kobe, thanks for the super chat. What currency is that? Appreciate it for taking my mediocre humor politely. Kobe, I put up with John. I can put up with anybody. When we can put up with John, we can put up with anybody. There we go. Now I can get a nice. Nice. That goes there. I think it is touching. I didn't quite get, how can I get that pushed in even a little more? Touching first? No, it's not. It's actually touching over here first. Hey, B. McNichol. In the shade. New Israel shekel. Awesome, thank you. I did not put up with Nappin this time. Hey, Nappin. I always forget who does the belt runner tool thing too. It's Alexander T. Moss on printables. Cool. I called my humor mediocre. They've used other words, but never that one. I did not mean mediocre humor. I meant humor in general, though. I put up with your humor, whatever type it is. Mediocre, punny, dad, whatever. The big players, yep. Why is that? I was just looking at the frame rate. It seemed a little low. Let me confirm that this is hitting. Yes, when that hits, I am seeing light between that printed part and the frame extrusion. So it's not sticking out to any point where it's impacting it. So I've got a nice little plug there. There is a little bit of a bump here. So all we're going to do is push this one the other way just slightly. There we go. Now they hit at the same time. Just as a good starting point. Cool. He 3D prints dad jokes? That's impressive. Okay, that is in there. I was going to, if I had remembered, I was going to take the top off here and slide that in, but that's not good, Bill. Okay, belts. We have belts. These are both. Oh, that's one. That's one belt. I grabbed one belt, not two. Here we go. So just looking at how these were installed before, bet you, yeah, that one lines up better than the other one as far as the curve to the end of the belt. I think. Oh, that can't be. It can't, because the text is different. I wouldn't have put the text upside down. So it's got to be this way. Oh yeah, that does match up well. Okay, so I can even probably get an idea based on where it rested. We've got a bend here. Where did that go? This is the top belt, so we're just gonna go with it. Not like that. That way. You can pull this out. Oh, and I had put the little accent piece in there. Press that in. So this will go here. There. Through here, and this bend in the end of this bend is probably going to make this fun. Anyone see Rhodes Extruder on an i3 hitting? No, I have no idea what that is. Oop, yep. That bend is going to make this quite a challenge. Here, I think, off, in terms of keeping my noggin out of the way, something like that. That'll work. And Oscar has vacated the premises. Okay. Yep. You need to cuss and be angry when routing your belts. I've seen that before. Okay, so now we've got this. This is gonna have to go through here. Wants to pull out the front there. I might have more room here, so let me grab that zip tie and see if we can get this to route better. Keep from putting a twist in the belt. Let's put this. Yep, that worked. Worked pretty well. Should go there. Tucks down into there. And then let's see how well this does. Do you remember my filament? What filament type and color? Does this curve around? No, that's gonna be a bear. Okay, what I'm going to try is take the top off. It can stay in. This is still being held by one screw down here, so I'm going to take the 3 stepper screws out. Found it easier to take the top bearing off. Yep, that's, see, I'm a step ahead of you there, John. Just one step though. There we go. Okay, so that's there. what I've found for any of these, let's go here, is to just push it right up through the top here. Right up through the top. And then loop it around. It's a lot easier to deal with. Loop it around, and then we can roll it into the spot. There we go. That's better. Everything moving smooth? Yep. This side, let's go right through here. Once again, we may want to use a zip tie to keep this thing the challenge with the zip tie is keeping everything straight. There we are. It comes through here, then up through. Should just be able to push this through here and let it tuck into there. That should, yeah, I think that's going to be enough overlap. Cool. Oh. So we're going to try, just for fun, we're going to belt it opposite. So we're going to basically belt it the opposite way in the other direction, but that means starting on the same side as we just did. So we're going to start over here. Just pushing this through the bottom. That is wrong. It's got to go the other way. Make sure our belts, our text stays up. Goes that way. There we go. This guy's got to stay here. Autofocus breathing. There we go. Okay, so then same thing, is we're probably going to need a zip tie here. There we go. And now we come over here, and oh, we can put our cap on the other side. Sets right on there. Is that the wrong side of the post? What do you mean? The wrong side of the post. Okay, so this comes here, and then we need to take this side off. First idler. Wrong side of the post. What's going on here? Do you have a... Oh no, I was gonna feed it through the other. I hadn't fed it through, Tohos. I hadn't finished on that side. It did twist, but I'm gonna deal with that here in a second. Hey, that moment. Wiggle, wiggle off. There we go. Okay, now, go. This comes through here. We're gonna do the same thing. Take it up to the top, loop it around. Poke it down. There we go. Now back through here, which is going to need the zip tie. Through here. Now, all the camera angles. Now, this one here, come through all the way through to the front. Pull our idler out, and this one I hadn't put the little accent piece in, so let's do that. There it is, little itty bitty thing. This is gonna be easier if I just take this apart. Why are there only 98 likes? That's a good question. How many do we have here? 200 people. We're not at 50% likes. Okay, so this goes in there, and that one fit in there. Oh, the other one did not. Okay, so that fit in, that stuck quite a bit and it sticks out, which is good. I like that texture. So I also feel like that could probably use, it's a decent friction fit, but I think a little bit of CA glue to make sure it stays in there would not be a bad idea. So let's do that. There are no cats. I know. You know, they gotta have some freedom to come and go as they please. So there we go. We're over 50% now. So all I'm gonna do is put a very tiny drop in each corner of this. My glue dried on the at the tip recently. Where can I use to poke that out? Yeah, it's sealed on the tip. I can fix that. I just need something pokey enough to do it. What can I use? What can I use? I don't have like a needle. I should have a little pin somewhere. Hi, Benny. How's it going? There's a little pin, something I can poke that with. Where is a pin? That'll work. Big old pin. I think this is from a leather wrapped steering wheel. That'll work. Get this wiped off. Prusa's acupuncture needle. I thought that would probably be a little too thin. I wanted something with a little bit more substantial, and there we go. That's perfect. Just the tiniest little dot there in opposite corners, I think will be plenty. close this up and put this one back together. And then the other one obviously needs a little bit of help. Probably been 12 months since you forced me to buy a new tool. Has it? I'm not doing my job. Okay, so now this guy goes through here, comes around here. This sets in. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. When I pushed on that, I pushed on the logo. Make sure that stays in there. Don't push on the logo till the glue is dry. Then it's still not a good idea. Push on the screws. Where's that? What happened there? That didn't push through the back. That's why. Okay, there we go. Back of the idler. Then on here, push those in. Deer burring tool with a tip for round holes. This through. Like that. Okay, so now I want to fix this front one. So this has to come off. LED logos on those front idlers. I don't want to wire them. I don't get enough enjoyment out of light up things to want to go through wiring those. Okay. Just a itty bitty, little tiny dot. Yeah, much better. I like the texture to that. It's sticking out just a little bit, gives a little visual interest. Hi, Karma. I was very pleased at Open Sauce to meet Brandon from Inheritance Machining. If anybody doesn't watch his machining channel, isn't interested in that stuff, I highly suggest you go check it out. And I saw he was going to be there. That was one of my things I was very excited to try to do. So same thing, I threaded these in to be flush with the heat sets at the back on both sides. We'll see where that lays, where that pans out for that. This has to go here and then come through this way. Come through this way. Nope. Stay. There we go. That's there. This guy comes around right here. Okay, it is belted. Now we got to get the X carriage installed. Brandon's name was exactly what I would have expected. Just very chill. Very nice, very short conversation. this guy back on. So this should wiggle into place. Being in pain. Where are you not going right back in? Let's take the screws out. Oh, that's why, because I had it wrong. That goes this way. There we go. That's why. You got a nice selfie with Brendan? Did you? Oh, first time meeting Polymaker Joel? Super nice guy who kept bumping into each other and chatted a lot. Yeah. Yeah, Joel's a good guy. Joel's a busy guy. Okay. Oh, very cool. I don't know what the best, maybe it'll be this. So now we have the X carriage put on. Looks like it's just a matter of looping the belts through it. So there is a little bit of little stringiness cleanup I want to do. Where did that go? This. Just there's a couple of like that guy right there. That guy right there. He's coming from, there we go. It's good. Everything else should be okay. We put the heat sets in it already. Okay. So I don't know how much we're going to pull through, but put that through. Through the same amount. Let's start with the bottom one over here. And then the top one. Oh, and that goes on there. Now, what we're going to do with the extra, but okay. Is there a quad XY version of this printer? Is there a quad XY version of this printer? I'm sure somebody's done a mod. I'm sure someone's done a mod to quad XY. Okay, so that needs to go on there. I think we can probably put those nuts. I am on a mission. I am on a mission. And it may take forever, but I expect to win. Okay, I'm guessing these are M3x8 button heads to secure this, but let's see where we are. What is this? Gantry assembly. Let's do X-axis. Can I get rid of that? Nope. It's the ant head. There we go. Okay. That goes in there. These are, just double click, M3 by 8s. M3 by 8s. Looks like it needs to be button heads. Okay. M3 by 8s. Do I have any down here? Probably not. Those by 6s. Yep. We played around with cross gantry before. I have not. That's another one of those that I'm curious the impact of. It's cross gantry by nature, or at least the designs that are out there, use unsupported rails as your for your motion. And the problem is that none of these are rated for being straight along. They're designed to be bolted to something. And I have had rails where there is a bow to them. So that's not why I haven't tried any designs. I just haven't had an opportunity. But okay. So we're gonna get this to a some level of, there we go, not tensioned, but the belts are taut, and we're also making sure that they are seated on all the spots. Like that one was not there, but everything else is seated. Only seen small printers with them. Doesn't seem a popular choice after K3. Yeah. Have you considered installing boop on Micron? I have. This had boop on it. This had boop on it before. Where's the boop assembly? I had the boop assembly around here somewhere. Anyway, it had boop on it before. And that's one of the reasons not because of boop, but that's one of the reasons this didn't get a ton of use. Because as soon as I got it built, boop was just coming out, so I was trying things and I wasn't getting the input shaper results I wanted, and it just ended up taking a lot of extra effort, so it was easy to set aside. And then later the R1 stuff started, so I did some early installs of stuff on here. So yeah. Currently working on my own design cross country. It seems space inefficient. Yes. Okay, so this is feeling like pretty much where I want it to be for belt tension pre tensioning up the idlers. In fact, I might pull it back a tooth, maybe on this side, making sure that these are coming through at the same length. So I want to pull one tooth back on this side. There we go. Tooth here. Go. Double checking that everything is the same length. Make sure everything's settled into those grooves that are modeled in for the belt teeth. Getting some stuttering. Anybody else getting any stuttering? I'm loving the PZ probe on the 120 micron so much I'm going to convert the 180 to it. Nice. We're doing a PZ on here. Okay, that's the same length. That's the same length. Should be good. So let's tighten this down. Nothing there? Okay. I had lots of issues with boop. I got caught up in revision and trying things loop on here, so I never actually used it. Make sure all these get fully tightened. Still think deltas are great, basically a flying gantry with less motors. Go. Okay. So all of this, it's too loose. Things are sticking or skipping. But now we can tighten the but I want to double check all of these are tight. Because one thing that will happen is the belt tension. We don't want it to pull on any of these joints. Those we checked. It's good. All this, we'll just set it right about there. And now we're going to tension the front idlers. So starting at the same point, we should be able to turn all of these the same amount and get the same results. So if we put this in here, that's there, so that's one turn and one turn. Turn and one turn. See where we're at, not there. So we'll do it again. One turn. I'm just going to go all the way around. Getting there. How are we doing? We are 1223. We're going to go another full turn. We're getting there. Now it shouldn't skip anymore. No, it is skipping at one spot. Where is it skipping? Okay. We're going to go half a turn. Half a turn. Half a turn. I'm using the reference on the screwdriver here. There's marks on each half, so I can go pretty easily and fairly accurately half a turn at a time. Go another half a turn. Feeling pretty good. Stutter seems to have cleared up. I'm sensitive to it after Starlink massive outage. Yeah. Let's see where we are on the PF makes meter. Okay. Let's go here. A little over 1.9. A little over 1.9. That's interesting. 2.2 on this side. Almost a little over 2.1. That's interesting. Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe we didn't start at exactly flush on both sides. Let's see what half a turn does on just this side. That squared up the gantry, just that half turn. Touching at the same time on the back. Core 1 belt adjusted the same way, or go by manual. Let's push the head to one side. Okay, here we go. Yep, there's the little over 2.1. Yeah, that's about a little over 2.1. Let's put this one. A little over 2.2. Okay. So let's go a quarter turn over here. I mean, 3/4 of a turn difference is not much. That's 3/4 of 0.5 millimeters in terms of belt length. Okay, move things around. Let's see where we're at here. It's just under 2.3. That's just under 2.3. Oops, sorry. Just under 2.3. Perfect. Is the core one belt adjust the same way or go by manual, which push the head to one side? I don't know what you mean by head to one side. I tried to implement an automatic belt tensioner system which auto-tunes tension based on input shaping result. Don't know. I'm going to leave that right there. 2.3 is probably very reasonable, assuming the supported stepper shafts is being effective. So leave that for now. We can fine tune it later. We do need to check all of our Z tensions though. So I think for that we can leave it where it is. These are here. So now we will do a similar thing. Start. Actually, we need to lower our gantry a bit. I'm using these stoppers, these guys, to keep the gantry at a consistent level. I'm going to move it down to here because I need enough room to get a screwdriver up into all the spots. So this one. This one. And that one's this whole thing. There we go. Okay. Supported motor shafts, could you go tighter on the belts if necessary? Theoretically, yes. I'd still like to know if the opinions of someone who would be able to say how much, if you up the tension and you're assuming that the bearing is supporting the end of that shaft. It is all plastic assembly. I gotta assume there's some sort of deflection. Can that tolerate any amount of deflection over time and not fatigue the shaft? Or does it have to be completely rigid? It is in these parts, I would say it's impossible to guarantee that that end of the shaft is being completely supported by a bearing. Does that matter? I don't know. Yeah, the testing over time is but you should be able to, knowing more about material properties, have a good guess on what the behavior is going to be. I don't know enough about material properties to make that guess. There you go. You get a view of my camera setup there. Something that doesn't want to focus. So if we come in here, maybe this screwdriver will be easier. So not easy to get to. So let's just go a turn on each side. see where that... Hey, RJ. I just get a motor with longer shaft and put a bearing on top and bottom. Started doing that, and it's night and day difference. It would creep eventually and cause some anomalies before it was obvious. I do not think so, because you have dynamic stresses. Over time, the shapes and dynamic stresses will change. Let's go another half a turn. And this is what you do with these. You make sure, to the best of your ability, that they stay the same. Looks to have a really good calculator for belt tension. I'll leave those right there. Those feel pretty good. We're going to actually test that when we get all these. See where they're at. Hi. So we did 1.5 turns on that other one. So let's see what happens when we go 1.5. See how it feels. That feels more tension than this one. Go 1/4 out. Okay, we'll test this. We will test it, but we're just getting things to some close to where we want it, and then we'll use the meter to test it. 1.5. 1.5. I'm jealous of the cabinets to mount the screws. That doesn't actually mount to the bottom of the cabinet. There's no holes in that cabinet for the camera here. It mounts behind, it clamps behind this extrusion in front, and then it screws into a stud in the wall. What am I doing? 1.5. 1.5. Okay. What do we got here? We have Raiders coming in. Tension my belt at the desired chamber temp as it changes a lot. Yeah. Never matter with such a relatively small amount of force. The bearing and idlers and even belts are going to wear out before the shaft shows any issues, I think. So then my question, Norgorod, is supporting it useful at all? If it's not going to matter. Man of the Croc, welcome. Welcome, 3D Musketeers Raiders. Hey, Kenneth. Hey, Ned. Hey, Grant. Grant, look at this thing. Look at that color scheme. Here, I'll give you a better view. Look at that, with that Hilbert curve. What do you think of that? Hey, Raj. Hey, Catlet. Okay. So now, with that, I think we need to shift this around to equalize the belts before we check the tension. We want to check the driven side. You prefer Dilbert curves? Yeah, this burnt orange is fantastic. Do this on a Micron. We're just going to move this a little bit. Do you have the modified PTFE inlet for Micron up in your... I just modeled that last night. It is not done. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go all the way to the top, come down a little bit just to equalize it, and then all the way to the top, and then we're going to measure it. We're going to measure, like I said, we're going to measure the driven side. This is going to be the way. Once we install that, Shub, and it works well, then I'll make it available. I haven't even test fit it yet, so. think it's just for cool factor. I really do. Sometimes engineering is fun for engineering's sake. Well, except that it's informing major decisions on stepper specs and availability. And I'm not saying it's not effective. I'd just like to know if it's more than just a, holy moly. Oh, that's not the driven side. That's what I was actually. That is, oh shoot. That is really high, 2.5. That doesn't feel like 2.5. Let's see where it is as far as consistency across the build. I think I'm gonna do this because trying to do that and it's just gonna be too much camera movement. So I just did that one. So now if we come around, we do this one, driven side, 2.5. Okay. Okay. This one. That one's like 2.7. Okay. That one's like 2.7. Well, relatively consistent. I like that. Let's pull these two front ones down. Can I get to those? There we go. I'm not going to be able to get them to them very effectively. So let's move this down here. And then we are going to loosen them by a quarter turn. You just bought yourself a tool there, Bob. That's good. This is a good tool to have. Quarter turn, each one. There we go. Okay. Let's see where that got us. Taking us right to maybe a hair below 2.5. And the same. It's the same. That's a hair below 2.5. If all of these are the same, we're going to call it good. These are, there's no stepper. There's no, we're pulling against fully supported idlers and pulleys. So instead of chasing that, we're going to leave it right there. I don't know what the recommendation is for Z belts, honestly. These are not any tighter than I've ever put a 2.4 together. Just going by the way they feel. So I'm going to call this belted. I'm going to call it belted. Okay. We can tweak those. That's why we have the adjustment screws, but everything is going together really nice. I'm pretty pleased. Yeah, these do not feel, I mean, 2.5 seems like a high number, but they don't feel any tighter than anything else. I am noticing, just moving it around, we are on the edge of the openings. I don't know if that'll settle in. Okay. I believe the manual for the tool says Z tension for 2.4, similar is like 2.2. Okay. Needs pretty high tension of QGL consistently. It needs consistent tension across all of them to do that. I don't know to what point it needs, to what tension is actually useful though. Okay. What do we want to work on next? We can do electronics bay and get things ready to start moving wires around, get things laid out. We can do tool head, but we're gonna, let's do electronics bay, because that is going to give me the biggest impact on parts that I have laying around. So the fewer parts I have to track in between weekends, the better. So let's do this. Okay. So I did spend some time. I got rid of all the zip tie anchors that were on here and cleaned up the VHB residue. And then I spent some time locating these rails. And part of that is I want to get the DIN clip stuff all set up, which is going to require some heat sets. So I want to replace, the ones on the power supply. These, they seem to slide a little too easy. So I'm going to try these that I just printed. Hey, Zadi. Never able to tension properly with G2Z, as about was pulling on the Z drive and bending the whole thing. G2Z XL can be a little interesting, but okay, let's see. Let's just do all of the parts that I'm going to need heat sets in for the next bit. I think that's it. I think that's it. Let's get all these done. View of this guy. Whoop. Whatever. It'll be fine. I have the timeout on this thing set pretty low, mostly for cat safety reasons. So I have to pay attention to when it lowers the temperature. I think I have a 30-second timeout set on it. Hey, one solid cube. Okay, what goes there? That must be those two. Maybe a little more consistent parallel surface this way. I feel like I might up this to 1 minute. that. Hey, Kilo. How are you? It is supposed to. You're right. It doesn't. I did put a different firmware on this. What was it? Iron OS. And even it's supposed to do that. I've tried changing the sensitivity. It doesn't work, and I'm not sure why. And I don't remember exactly what prompted me to put Iron OS on it. There was a function that I thought was going to be really useful. Trying to not completely block this as I'm doing it. Must be the OS. Mine with the stock firmware wakes up when moved. This is not a Pencil. This is a TS101. Is that the same thing you have? Yours is a TS101. Yeah, it must be the firmware. I should go out and look to see if there's any updates. Okay, last thing is these. So this is a little remix on a PTFE holder I made. It is designed to use little twisting clips, which because of these overhangs here, prompted the print layout in this direction. There we go. The problem is that this is a clamp, which means that little section right there, that's going to be the weak point. I don't know if that's going to be a problem or not. So I printed two of them. I printed one on its side, and the little overhang there that was generated didn't turn out too bad, really. So we're going to try both and see what happens. The design actually has two, but I don't think I'm going to need to use two. I think only one of them is going to be useful. Make sure I get that as parallel in there as possible. I think it would be fine, at least for a bit. What I'm guessing is over time it'll just crack right there. It might take a while, but I think it'll crack at some point. I think good 3D printing design would tell you to figure out a way to get it to print on its side, because you want to design print orientation to take advantage of 3D printed parts properties, and having a clamp with your weak orientation is probably not ideal. Even if that part does end up breaking pretty easily, very slightly over tightened the screw and it snapped. Yeah, so just flip it up on its end. Print another one there, Rashab. Let me know how it goes. Because like I said, I printed it this way. This one printed that way. I'm not even in. Yeah, let's do that. This one printed that way, and this one printed that way. So. We are 8 minutes from giving away a colony clacker door kit for the Micron Plus, US only. and a roll of Polymaker filament. So be sure you enter. Links are in the description. Not enough space to put an M2 self-threading screw in there, perpendicular to the layers. That seems like a lot of effort compared to changing the design print orientation. Actually redesigned that part to not be a clamp, but an angled hold to pass the PTFE to guide it upwards at an angle. The reason that I made that revised part from the original design is that print settings had too much of an impact on its ability to hold the PTFE in place without it sliding. So putting a little clamp there, I thought was really, really useful. Zero does that in a few parts in the XY joints. V0 does that in AXY joints because the little pillars there are have a low surface area to the layers. So similar idea, just a lot easier to implement when you just have a straight pillar to deal with and not a curved surface. Okay, so that's there. The other thing I want to do here, because I don't want to screw this up, is mark the positive side of these terminals. So this is a little 200 watt UHP. This side is the positive side. So I always like taking just a Sharpie and just cover the tops of those red. This makes it a whole lot easier. I've confirmed once, I know it's correct. Just cover those red. Okay, all of this over here. Yeah. Get out of the way. So the layout here is going to be power supply here. Go. That's going to have to move over about that far. The SSR input on this side just barely works its way onto here. The front and then the back. That'll fit in right there. Now the CAD has this over here. I like to keep all my AC high voltage stuff in as tight an area as possible. So with the rails positioned just right, you can just barely get that in. Hey there, Rosetta. It does slide pretty easy, I know. I agree. I'm pushing the printer before I push it. The printer's a whole lot heavier than it is. I think it's okay. This is a 180, man of the crock. Okay, now we have, see there? So, Leviathan. You get a bigger PSU and go to 48 volts. There's so much room there. Okay, that, and we're gonna need a couple of these and a couple of these. And then some. I'm going to do a quick heat gun, get the stress marks off of these. They're not visible, but I know they're there. Okay. That off. I'm not careful. What do we got? 2 more minutes. You ready to play? 16 days to get a Trident from West 3D, 5 days from Fabrico. You want some printed clamps to lock it in? No, not at the moment. I think it's fine. Okay. Oh, I'm not gonna do anything now. I'm installing this stuff anyway. 2 minutes and 3 seconds exactly. Let's just move you over here. Then we're not constantly fighting for focus. Are you keeping CAN for the tool head or go USB? I am doing Leviathan 1.3 and the latest Nighthawk 36 on here. Same as the kit is going to come with. So I bought these from KB3D because they had both in stock. And yeah. And it had been a while since I had ordered from KB3D. I like to spread around. When I'm ordering something, I do like to spread it around. Although since I'm in California, when I really need something quick, then I usually go to West 3D. Couple of, oops, I already got those. What do we got? What do we got? It's 1 o'clock. It is 1 o'clock. It is time to give away a couple of things and then some memberships. Where'd you get the Micron micro hex drivers? So these come with every LDO kit now, the little 1.5 millimeter driver, and then you can get the other sizes. I am a huge fan of the 2 millimeter small driver here, and I have a ball end version as well that's hiding somewhere. But hey, Queasy Diver. Well, the clamp is in stream chat. Okay, I'll buy another kit just so I can get the driver. You can find these. Check your favorite LDO reseller. You'll be able to find them. And I'm fairly almost certain that places like Fabrico that has their branded drivers, I think they're the same manufacturer. They all look exactly the same. I ripped the ball off my last 2 millimeter ball end. This thing is probably 20 plus years old. Ball end, long shaft, has been a go-to for me. Okay, let's get this thing going. Let's go here. Let's go here. I already have a window with it. No, let's go here. I was searching for boron apparently for some reason. I didn't know where to find boron, so I had to search for it. I do think the Fabrico is a different style. The Fabrico is the same thing with a cap on the end. The LDOs don't have a cap. The Fabricos have a cap. I'd grab one, but I don't have any in here. I have my Fabrico kit in the other garage. I have the LDO stuff in here. Special edition Team Losi one. Yeah, I mostly have Team Associated drivers. I think my Losi drivers in the other garage too. I have things like factory team, 5.5 millimeter nut driver set, that kind of stuff. Okay, we are going to give away a roll of Polymaker filament first. The link is in the description. You have 3 seconds. Once I start counting down and once I get into the form here to get it ready to turn off. You're here? Good thing, Art Chapman. You are in the Polar Ted Club. What was my very first 3D printer? It was a CR10. 12 volt CR10. Okay, you have 3 seconds to get entered. We do have 2 giveaways to go through. You never know how long 3 seconds is actually going to be, so get your entry in. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. 0 brain. Get yours in. I'm gonna hit done. 300 Googleplex plank times. We haven't had one in this whole time. Oh, there it goes. There's one. 3, 2, 1, and 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. See, everybody waited until really the last second. 3, 2, 1, done. You're not. Okay. Who got in there last? Oops, there we go. Maurice was first. Thank you, Maurice. You were 6th from last. Brain twist. Ivan got in there last. Did Taco make it? Taco, I don't think is here. Okay. Here we are. Let's get a number between, oh boy, I don't even know. Let's get a number. Just give me a number. How many times am I going to shuffle this? Give me a number. How many times are we going to shuffle this? How many people do we have here? 260. We need more likes though. You should feel better if you win, if you had hit liked. Let's see here. Penguin Maker said 4. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and spin. This is Polymaker filament. Polymaker filament. Scotty Dog. Congratulations. I saw you guessed. I almost read your number. There you are right there, but you got to say something. You have to be here post-roll. Everything in chat right now is pre-roll. You have to be here post-roll. Good job. Congrats. Let's copy that over. Get this in here for posterity. Congratulations, Scotty Dog. We are going to be sending you an email right now. Paste that. Email address. Okay, you have an email, or at least it's on its way. Congrats. Okay, now we're going to give away a colony clacker. I think that's this right here. So colony clacker, which is a extrusion-based door with a apparently satisfying hinge and close mechanism right here for a Micron Plus. This is US only. Like I said before, if you have a US address it ships to, please be respectful. Don't try to give Jason a outside of the US address. Yeah, we're going to be installing this during the build, but we haven't done it yet. There are lots of, I'm just scrolling for some of the pictures. There we go. And it's all integrated with new skirts that I've printed, and that's why the orange pieces stick out the front of this printer. So let's close this and reset the thing. Get rid of those. And I am going to close this when we haven't had a new response in 3 seconds. I think the responses, let's turn those off. There we go. I didn't turn off the responses in the last one. Is there a bomb for the clacker? Yeah, it's on that GitHub, and I don't know. Here, let's go here. Here is the GitHub link. I'll throw one of those in the thing. Hey, check it out. I'm distracted. Never mind. This is this. I've been a member for 20 months. Okay, I am gonna close the colony clacker giveaway when we haven't had a new response in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Gotta have someone who wants to get in here late. I don't think I've ever not started over. Martin, thanks for being a member. I don't think I've ever not started the count over. Don't knock it. It's been a member longer than me. Wayne, thanks for being a member. There we go. Now I get to start over, but it's not going to be long. 3, 2, 1. Thomas, 38 months. Congrats. Done. Okay, let's get, oh, someone got in there. Someone got in there just as I was hitting save. Oh, because I didn't turn it off. 3, 2, 1, done. I keep forgetting to click the little radio button to actually turn off the responses. We got 99 responses for this. Your first giveaway attempt. Nice. Schlonky, 38 months, thank you. Patrick, thanks for being 38 months. Founders Edition. James, another 38 months, thank you. Okay, who got in here first? Let's see. Britt got in here first. Patrick, thanks for the gifted memberships. Steve, thanks for being a member for 28 months. Who got in last? Theon Improject. I don't know what. Anyway. All the Steve OGs coming out here. Anybody who might have had a chance of being a moderator? Oh, where were we? Here. We gotta go here. Okay. We got to do a number between 1 and 38. 1 and 38. Art Chapman, thanks for being a member for 29 months. Lay down just so I would win this time. Oh, 1 and 38. Oh. Stuart, thanks for the gifted memberships. Garrett, you're going to be 38 in 4 days. 4 days is, well, it's more than the halfway point till the next stream. So do we wish Garrett a happy birthday today, or do we do it next Sunday? Because it's closer to next Sunday than today. I don't know. Phone in my pocket. CMY Key, thanks for being a member for 35 months. Holtz, thanks for being a member. Well, why not both? Of course. That's the answer. Of course it is. Let's go, your son. Happy birthday to Dead Aim's son. Dat Mamoot, thanks for being a member. To wipe other YouTube or I'd have more. Ask him how he feels before and after his birthday. Okay, let's get a number going here. Well, I mean, since it's close to Garrett's birthday, I guess we got to shuffle it 38 times. Maybe 37, because you're 37 right now. 30% off for Steve Builds is the coupon code. Hexpeppers.com. Steve Builds all caps. 37 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Spin. Colony collector door. Who do we got? Raj. Raj, are you here? Congratulations. Raj D. Let's see. Where are you in the world, Raj? Let's see. Are you here? Okay. Raj, you're outside the US, but you promise you're going to give a US shipping address. 3D Printcraft UK. You're here. Well, where's Raj D? US shipping address, okay? Oh, I didn't even set a timer. You're getting a very generous 2 minutes from now because I forgot to set a timer. Oh, there you are. just as I set the timer. Congrats. Okay. So for this, you will receive an email from Jason. I pass off your email address to Jason, and Jason will contact you. So, congrats. Perfect. Okay, back to the build. Gotta do all the things. Let's do all the things. We are going to unpin, edit the description, save that. Then I have to go and load YouTube because it still doesn't allow me to give away the gifted memberships from your channel. 48 in 2 months. Just a little younger than me, barely. And let's mute this tab so you guys don't get in here. Okay. Free gifted memberships because YouTube lets me do it, but I have to go to the other interface now. Go. Membership gifting and send. There we go. Congrats. And then let's just make sure we don't have any more. Yep, there, we used them all. Good. Okay. Mastermind. Are you here or are you going to get an email? You can get an email reminding you I exist. Okay, let's close that. How's the build going? Build is going great. We are getting some of the electronics bay layout set up. 1. Two. You involved in the PIF program? I am not. There we go. Excuse me. So now when this goes in, to go like this, I'm thinking in terms of the way that it's going to clip and unclip and what I can get access to. Do you like the LDO kits versus other or self-sourcing? I do not have a lot of experience with other Voron kits. I have built a Mellow VZ bot, and I've built, along with my coworker, a Fizetic V0. But I have not had an opportunity to build, say, a Cybor or a Formbot or any of those. So for what it is, considering I've only really have a lot of experience with LDO Voron kits, I think they are good. I think that then a big thing that they are easy to give, and they take suggestions and corrections when there is something off. But most of the kits you've seen me build have happened to come from LDO. John, I will be building the ant head because that's Hartk's tool head. So this is getting an ant head. My stealth changer is going to get ant heads as well, because that's the most recommended solution by the stealth changer team. Query on the Millennium Machines Milo. What's Miley? I don't know what Miley is. Okay, let's get this thing back in here and give us a little wider view. So we're going to be shifting things around and adding, removing and reinstalling stuff in here, but the general layout here is like this. Go. Snap on there. That is really tight. Okay, I can shift it a little bit, but we are going to shift it just a little bit this way. And then the little tool head board will go over here, I think. So, Leonard, thanks for the gifted memberships. Miley is new Milo. Okay. There we go. If I pull on the DIN clip itself, it slides a little easier. I'm not trying to tweak on it. So I think that's going to go right about like that. See how close that is? We can still get in there. It'll be fine. And then this is going to go here, and then these are here. Now there is a Wago, it goes there, and then probably one that goes here to distribute power, DC power around. So, let's put this guy together. So this is going to go on here. We need to grab that board. That's it. It's nice new packaging on this. Raj, thanks for being a member. Stuff can go away. Got the Hot 36 with the little extra mounting tabs. The expectation is that this thing sit on here, out to there. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. What? Are you in the wrong place? Your website doesn't have much, so I was curious. Oh, what did I miss? Oh, yeah, I don't know. So that's gonna go right there. We'll figure out, I need to, part of probably the end of this stream, we're gonna be doing a mock setup of the ant head because there are some things I still need to tweak and design for my particular implementation. Check the USB adapter board for the version. If it's a 1.5, should remove a resistor. Yeah, I'd heard that. Oop, don't lose the little extra fuse. It is 1.5, and I'd heard about that. Is it, was that R3? Is that the one that's supposed to be removed? That guy right there. I don't remember exactly. We're test fitting stuff. I'll get confirmation on that. And I'm gonna get confirmation on that before we move forward with removing components. Let's see how this, oops. This stuff. So we want this to be sitting, do we want this to lay? So this is gonna go in here, goes in there like that. So which direction do I want this? Probably like that, or that is gonna give us the most flexibility. If I try to do this, then we're running USB out. Let's see, little USB cable. Millennium Machines, Miley, their website is lean. Let's see, you can bend that out of the way. I think like that is probably going to be the best. Then we can loop that around. So we do it like that, and this goes on here like this. Okay. You get confirmation, can you post a note in the Discord? I looked for something about it and couldn't find a reference. Yes, I can. You're talking about the resistor, Bill? Get a right angle USB cable if that'll route better. Mm-hmm. Agreed. And I might have. We'll see. We could change this around. I'm just looking at just kind of getting stuff laid out. Where does it go? Where can it go? Snaps into there. The cap goes on here like that. It's like some 12 millimeter. Let's go with some button heads. 12 will work. Yep, resistor, okay. What the function of that board is. This board takes 24 volts in and USB in and injects 24 volts onto the cable going to the tool head. And then it has a bunch of protection circuitry and stuff like that to try to keep you from causing any problems. The concern is a resistor they put on there might cause a problem. I'm gonna go look at that reference here in just a second. It this is an awfully long USB cable. I might change that out. Let's go look at that reference. Is there a link to a site, or is it stream chat? If you're not on the Discord, link is in the description. If you have Discord and YouTube connected, then you will automatically get the roles. If you're a member or a subscriber, I think you get a role. Let's see. All kinds of useful links in here. Oh, I like that clamp, the Rogue Zeta. That's a cool clamp. Here, let me pull up a picture of this. This is kind of neat. I like it. Earlier we were talking about a clamp. This is just a simple clamp to stop things from moving on a DIN rail. And that's pretty elegant, I think. Did you design that? Or did you find it? It'll screw through there. You can tighten it and hold it in place. And this also keeps you, other options might drive a screw into the DIN rail. These black anodized DIN rails, I think from Tensor? Is that what they're called? No. What's the place in Colorado? I think that's where I got these. You did? Yeah, I like it. Okay, back to, hey, there's Trident stuff. Here, let me go back to Discord, and where is resistor removal guide? Where did this come from? What channel did this come from? LDOs? Okay. This is the guide about how to remove the R7 resistor. Please make sure your adapter board is V1.5. Okay, so this is published info from LDO. Let me grab the removal guide. And hold on, let me find a place to put this. Products, LDO, shave. This will go over here. There we are. Okay, Nighthawk toolboard, no ID issue. We have recently received some reports from users. Cannot be found when using the Nighthawk 36 board. Scanning for the ID usually results. This problem may affect that version, as well as some Nighthawks when paired with the 1.5. Following our internal, we have identified that removing the R7 resistor can resolve the issue. So this is if you encounter the same issue, we recommend trying to remove the resistor yourself. So what are the consequences? What are the potential consequences of removing this? What does that resistor do before we just remove it? Is it always going to cause a problem, or is it one of those we see if we have a problem, then remove it if we do? I think that it's probably most useful to leave it for now and see if we have the problem, because that would be data for LDO. And then if we do have the problem, then we'll go through the removal process. So he needs stream snacks. Resistor is resisting. Still planning on doing a revision to the switch wire. Did that get dropped? The way that Voron works is all revisions are just based on motivation and time. So I can't say that a revision isn't coming, because it could be that tomorrow someone says, hey, I've got a great idea, and runs with it and releases something. I'm going to leave it for now. Because I think that's the most useful thing. If we just remove it, we won't know whether this board had a problem or not. If we do have a problem and remove it and it fixes it, then that's more valuable to LDO than us just proactively removing it. So I think it's good information and it's good to be aware of, because if you have a problem, then it's good to know what your first order of attack on fixing that is. But we will leave it for now. I'm also going to be looking for a shorter USB cable, just because I only have to go to here, and I could go around the world and almost and plug it back in. See, I can go around and back. Anyway, the electronics engineer put it there for a reason. There we go. Now I can do it. Do not like 230 volts. No, they don't, Nappin. That would be a show. It would be a better show than when I plug 24 volts into the Revo PZ. Okay, let's go here and get some Wagos. Get the big box of Wagos. Tomorrow is only a day away. Yep, we did that one. We did that reference last stream. No, it just sounded, then I got that. The weird part is the main board still works and are printing at the moment. Yeah, you did. You got really lucky if it's still working. I'm not sure why this one has 3, because this is for DC. And we only really need, unless there's a reason for doing 24 volts as well. I may reprint this into a 2 once we're there. Okay, that's all going there. Let's pull this out. Any thoughts on the Jabberwocky tool head? Not yet. I think they were changing something on it. Otherwise, I was supposed to get one to try in the on my Green V2 with the box turtle installed. But it's been me getting one has been delayed. Sorry. Poke back here and get our nuts for this. There we are. Did you get any video? I did not take any video, and I wasn't planning on doing any content creation there. I took a few pictures, but nothing really notable. Mostly things to remind me to look up. Okay, that's gonna go in there. I have my Mark 3S printing black Trident parts. It's going to take a while, 16 hours for this plate. Polymaker ABS doesn't smell at all. It is one of the less fragrant ABSs for sure. Okay, that's going there. And then we have our rear. So let's get our power plug in. Where is that? There's that. And that. Okay. This is for the rear for the power connection. This goes in here like this. Good thing I haven't printed any parts for yet. I ordered the basic batch 2. Chugging sauces. Okay, so this is here. This, which way do these go? These go like yay or like yay? I think they go in like this. Maybe. All right. Tight fit. Let's try this. Ah, there we go. That's how it goes. Okay. So with this, effectively, this goes down. But they do, it does go in there well. Yeah, it fits well. Cool. They stay in better that way, yep. This is the best place to get 2020 or 2040 extrusion. Looking for high quality over cost. So I'm assuming if you're just looking for raw extrusions, you can cut to whatever length you want. Masumi is the go-to. Okay, that goes there, and then our power thing, which I need to put some ferrules on. Want to put some ferrules on. Well, we should probably do this on the back of the printer. There we go. Delvin, I noticed that before I read your comment. Okay, and then since these are a little older, it's not fresh copper there. Don't really want to clamp old copper. So I think they're still going to be long enough just based on we're going no distance here. Just going to cut these off. Which way do I want this? I always like when I'm using a switch like this, just my preference is I feel like pushing down to turn off is a more natural feeling to me, a more natural motion. So I want to mount this so that when you push down, it turns off. Pull up to turn it on. Similar to a light switch, the natural motion matters. So this would go in here like this. Hey, Elefox. Partner's birthday party and Prusa wire release. Congratulations and happy birthday. Okay. Then there's, oh shoot. Well, that's kind of a bummer. That's really a bummer. There are 3 mounting screws here. And you can only tighten one of them before you snap that. Before you snap the power plug in place. Which means you couldn't take this off unless you snap this out while it's in the printer. I'm going to only use 2 mounting screws, which means I'm going to lock this one in place with the little set screw. I'm just going to use 2 mounting screws here, because I don't want to lock that in place and then have to go in here and fiddle with this to get it out in order to take this off. Yeah, that's for sure. Where do I still have the little set screws in here? Or did I use them? Where did I use them? Where did I use them? If they're not in here, then that means I used them. Okay. Got a little various. It's a various. Your power surround does not stick out like that. What do you mean? Likewise, Zachary. It was a lot of fun running into people there. We want M3. M3 by 3. Well, let's go M3 by 4. Little. I don't want that, the nut in there to rattle around, so we're just going to put a set screw in here right about the center. That will lock it in place and keep it. Oh, yep, I got it. I eyeballed it right where it needed to go. Okay, and then I think we have some. Are these all M3 by 8s for the skirt screws? Yes. So we can this is a nice thing having these slotted. You can just reinstall these and then get them lined up. This. Make sure you don't thread them in too much though, because you got to overcome this little indexing piece. There we go. Right in there like that. Aw, that hole needs, those holes need to be bigger. If this little driver doesn't stick through there, it needs to be bigger. Let's see if this one goes through. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, those need to be bigger. Those need to be bigger. Let me get a drill bit. Just a full 3 millimeters. Basically just clean it out, it'll be good enough. Everybody is just one step behind me today. You folks are usually a step ahead of me, but everyone's just one step behind me today. Just a little too tight for me to do by hand. Insufficient coffee. A little more leverage. Ha. A little pin vise. Now, it's a tight fit, but it fits. Three and a half millimeter would be a little better, but that's on there. That's plenty sturdy enough. Senator, welcome back. Okay, let's check out lengths here. Better view. I think that I'm gonna leave. What do we got? We're gonna go here. Let's go live, neutral, ground, just from a, no, let's just go just like that. Ground, live, and neutral. So it's kind of the order that they come on here too. It doesn't matter. We're just, and then this doesn't have to be very long. I'll cut a little bit off. A little bit more. Hey, Kyle. So I don't know if you're taking notes or whatever, but these holes were too small for me to get wrench access. I drilled them out to 3 millimeters, and even this thin or the little LDO driver didn't fit before. Now they barely fit. They could be a little bigger. And then this center hole, I wouldn't advise anybody use it, because once you get this thing installed and then snap your power plug in, you have to fiddle with this, getting this out before you can take the skirt off later. See you, Dat Moment. I think the middle one is probably, I would get rid of it. Don't tempt folks. This, where are we going for that? Probably just to there, right? So let's put that over here. Keep it out of the way. And then do the same here. You can cut some of this off, try to keep things. Yep, right there. I'm indeed taking notes. I think Hartk usually catches up with these strings too. He doesn't watch live. I agree on the center screw. I don't think I used that one. Yeah, I didn't. I skipped it. I don't want to have to pop this out in order to get the skirt piece off. There we go, and then one more. The earlier note was on the bearing stack version of the BFZs. The printed part is offset, but only barely. And it would be a good idea to have some indicator of the part or the install orientation. Tug, tug, tug. There we go. Once you do, they don't snap in as snug as before. Yeah. I'd be afraid you'd tweak your extrusion trying to torque on it. Okay, so that is there. That's installed. I guess that position for that is fine too. I didn't really. Hey, Iconic Fab. So with that, turn your 350-2.4 over like that. The Z idlers are offset. Only the bearing stack version. The this part here, the carrier for the idler. On the bearing stack version, it's offset because the diameter of the idler is different. It's offset so that the bearing stack is shifted inward by 1 millimeter. Which means the printed part is where that's at. So it's very easy to mix up, and it's not easy to tell which direction it should be going. It's only that one. The live idler and this normal idler, like what I ended up using here, is all centered. Hey, Nicola. Only 3 hours late, no problem. Technically 4, but. Okay. We need to figure out how some of this other stuff goes. So we're setting up for all of our wire paths. But I think what I'll shift to is ant head. Let's look at ant head. Let's get this out of the way. Let's shift over to playing with ant head, and that's where we'll end for the day. We have a bit to do with ant head, so we're not ending super soon. Okay, ant head parts, I think. Oh, there's that. That. Updated fan shrouds, extruder. Plate here. Okay. Oh yeah, the thicker belt clamps. You're right. That was the other thing we noticed. The Z belts, the accent parts that clamp the belt in place, they are discoloring, which means they're bending a bit. They could probably be a little thicker. Okay, mini stealth burner. Great tool head. We are ditching it, disassembling, unbuilding it to use the parts. And we won't be using this hot end because I am going to use a PZ. So I'm going to set this aside. I might end up using this one in stealth changer. So I need to supply my own hot ends, and there's not really anything out there that's more flexible and easy to change stuff than the Revo. So if I want to throw a 0.8 in there for infill on a part, I can throw it in a tool head really easy. Or if I just want to do a multicolor print with all 0.4s, swap them out. Reusing the stepper, reusing the BMG. So we're building the Windwalker BMG or whatever for this. So all this stuff is being reused. There's a PZ board support for Anthead. There will be. Even if there's not now, there will be. That's part of what I'm doing right now is I need to see where stuff fits and where I have space to, and it's just, for some things, it's easier to find some of that when you're physically, there we go. When you're physically looking at the part than messing around in CAD. Anything I make, folks are welcome to use. It's just a matter of me getting it out there and available. So we won't be using those we won't be using any of those fans for this build. So let's just get the parts out that we're going to need. You like the Anthead you were building on Review 2? That's cool. That's no, that can just go over there. Oh, I was using, looks like a mellow machined, Delrin machined. It's not a IDGA or whatever, but it is a nicely machined idler there, or a spur gear there. Tend to cut and crimp wires off the printer, then rebuild on the printer. Yeah, that's kind of part of this too, is getting it all set up. Okay. The ones from the bottom here. How are we doing on people sticking around? We're doing pretty good. Just not 200, but close. We do have more likes than current viewers, so yay. Come on. There we go. Okay, now I gotta get that bearing out of there. So that's down in a pocket. That can be a little tough to get out of there without tweaking it. One thing I've had success with is if you have any kind of 5mm rod or dowel, you can get it in there and just kind of wiggle it as you're kind of pulling out. Go. Does that mean we need to start removing likes? Oh no, 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 no. Don't do that, John. Come on, John. I thought you were a friend. Don't remove the likes. Okay, that. Cover heat sets from that and that. This, we'll just leave that together because that's gonna hold it all together. Just get a blowtorch, it can be stuck. It can't be stuck if it's liquid. And see you 1066. My cup is leaking. Straw is leaking. It's letting in air. Okay, so we have all these parts. We can start. So which direction? I think this is nope. That's correct. That lines up with the filament paths. We don't have to change that. Maybe save the extras for next time. Well, I recover the heat sets, but I'm not going to end up using this tool head anywhere, although it is pretty. I might not. I might put it semi back together. That's cool. Okay, so let's put that on there and shove this thing there. Just grab set this, make sure that's in all the way. It is. The other one there, slid in nicely, but doesn't fall out. So that goes there, that goes there. Oop, other way. Could put in a stand for it, could. Oh, we probably want to put a ECAS fitting in there before we, where did all, there they are. The bag of black ones. Wristwatch without runout sensor, correct. Correct. So I had ordered these from Extruder quite a while ago because I got tired of only having the blue ones around. Ant head time. So ant head kind of trial fit time is the idea. So that goes there. I think that'll all be okay. So let's get our parallel jaw pliers. I didn't see you applying thread lock. On what? Thread lock on what? Are those Extruder ECAS ones the expensive E3D ones? Well, these are Bondtech branded ones. I mean, they're the same thing. Doop. When you mounted the X gantry to the MGN. That's plastic on metal. I'm not going to use thread lock there. That's plastic on metal. Buy those Nipec pliers. Yeah, these are really nice. Harbor Freight has what I hear, I don't have some, pretty decent. As far as I know, they only have one size. It might be a little smaller than this, in between this and these. But they're still like $35 or $40. They're cheaper because this set of 3 was like $150. But it would probably be useful because you don't have to. I mean, you can use the big ones. It's just, I use the smaller ones in some things, but you can use the big to medium sized one in more areas. The third one, the size set I got was 150, 180, and 250. Oh. 250 is big, yeah. The Harbor Freight ones, I think I'm gonna go over to Harbor Freight after the stream because I do have a Inside Track membership because I bought something a while back that it was cheaper to buy the membership by a little bit. But their thing right now is you get a moving blanket as one of the choices for just any purchase. And Those are useful when moving the printers around. Okay, so these, yep, and I was right. 30. Let me bring this over to the other screen. These, so 10-inch. So those are more like the 250 millimeter ones. But they are $40. They're not that much less expensive, but they're available. And from like what Rod says here, they're good. I'm fairly certain this is the only size. What does it say here? Specifications. They will open to, what does it say? Jaw opening 2-inch. So the 250s here open to 52 millimeters is the biggest. So basically the same. And maybe actually the same, I don't know. There you go, use a coupon. That's a good point. Use a coupon. But anyway. Yours rusted a little bit after doing some plumbing. None of my crescent wrenches do, even the ones from Harbor Freight. That was a little disappointing. Yeah, that would be. Okay, we are, that's on. This goes in here. That'll float there, but let's see how that. Okay, so it need the drive gear needs to shift because it almost lines up with it pushed all the way that way. I want it to be more within the center of its range of travel. Around the center of its range of travel, you see it's not even lining up at all. So let's shift this over. Where's that wrench? There it is. That's probably a good spot. Just off of the end of travel. Because it has quite a bit of float on here. It looks like this is here. This will. It'll move to either side of centered on that by about an equal amount. I think I got it in a good spot right there. Oh, this? Doesn't that look good? This is a good demonstration of this filament. And I got that Hilbert curve goodness. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there. I think I have a heat set to put right there. I'm guessing that's a heat set spot. Yeah, so let's put that heat set in. I think I got heat sets everywhere else. Oh no, I got to put them in these ducts because I had to reprint these. So I need to put some heat sets, just the two it looks like. First layer is ever so slightly under extruded. It gives it that look. Is it under extrusion or is it under squish? I am trying to make the Hilbert curve more pronounced. Isn't that the point? Hilbert curve more pronounced is definitely the point. It's art. Rattle testing your printer. No, that's gyroid. Gyroid will rattle test your printer. There's too many sharp corners on Hilbert curve. It does. But let's do a quick pass here. I don't think I had done that before on this one. Okay. My Flex arm printed custom holder for the heat set bits. Custom base, still need to fine tune the spring tension. Yeah, I like it. We do need to build, because I have a Vector 3D, the version 2. I have it. I ran into not fantastic print quality on the parts. Big parts that tend to like to warp. So I need to get back to it. Maybe do a little part of a stream building that. Put it in the other garage. Okay. Cleaned up a little bit of loose filament there. So this goes, so there's a screw that goes all the way through here and goes into, so that's like a, let's go with 35. Let's go with 35 there, because that goes through there, through here, holding the stepper on. Yeah. Here. Is that a socket head? Yeah, let's do socket head. 35 right there. I've not built one of these, so we're just kind of guessing the process. I think I want to go under like that. Another stealth burner latch brake. Are you using the latest design? Because there was a revision to that. Then a little 8mm. No, it needs to be longer than that. Oh, well, that's interesting. Let's see how that works out. We need like a 12 there, I think, or 16 maybe. It's 18. It's a 12 will work fine. 12 with a washer. There's a washer. Washer. 12. Oh, Butterfingers. Okay, there we go. Let's feel the backlash. Shift this just too much. There. Go. This guy needs these guts. feel the grease still on there. I'm not going to re-grease it. This has no time on it. Oh, I never never put the screw through there. How long is that? 16? Yeah. 16. This guy? Or is that a 12? Looks like a 12. Yep, that's a 12. Socket head 16. Probably this one. Yep. No, this is the BMG version. This is the BMG, not the G Galileo version. This is the BMG. Okay, with that screwed together, now it's not going to split apart when I pop this in. Okay, that did not just snap in. Not really thrilled with the fit of that. I'm gonna get this out effectively. There we go. Let's see what that did. Do a little bit of chamfer on that. Now I want to put this in that way, push it in from the side, and push this other side in. There we go. Better. Okay. Here. This guy goes up in there. What is this? 25 millimeter. $25. Sweet. This guy goes here. Cool. Little extruder built. There, these guys are going to go on here. That seems a little long. What size are these? They're supposed to be 20, right? Yeah, those are 20. Okay. Yeah, this orange is fantastic. Okay, then this is gonna go, how does this go? That goes there, but where does the other one go? Huh. That doesn't seem to line up with the right things. That should go on there like that, but stuff doesn't line up. Maybe, well, I downloaded the one. Here, let's go into the CAD. I don't know which one I actually needed. I went into the CAD and this has the Galileo, what is it? The wristwatch G2, and that's this mount for the Nighthawk. I'm probably gonna need to tweak that. Yeah, this is for the G2. That's fine. I was printing out stuff that it's still useful for me to have this stuff to be able to play with and see how things fit. And then I can look at this and say, okay, well, this is basically can go straight on there. So we're gonna tweak those two mounts, and then the rest of this so the ant head stuff, let's go over to the ant head GitHub and see what's out there for documentation. Let's see what's out there for documentation. Let's go to printers for ants and ant head. Does your old one fit? Does your old one fit? It should, but the thing that it won't have, I don't think, and I don't know where it is, Kyle. It might, but I don't know where it is. I'm not sure if it's going to have the extra screw points to lock in with the carriage. Remember, the old one, I was also using a, boop. Okay, ant head. This is what we're building. Here's some of the bits and pieces. We need to deshroud the fan covers. Fans. Find the fans. Is there any, let's see, documentation? Ant head manual. Okay, assembly manual. So let's go through this. What do we have here? Hot end, extruder, an orbiter for my gearbox. Looking forward to getting it to push plastic. Nice. Leaf cutter. We are not doing the leaf cutter. I don't need filament cutting on this. I think we're going to need to download this, which I probably already have, but let's grab it. Let's just open it. There we go. Okay. And I didn't print the transparent little LED logo yet. Heat sets. This is for bits. We did all that. Did all the things. Okay, here we go. We put those two heat sets in. I put all the heat sets. We did this on an earlier stream, or I did it between streams. I am doing a revo in this. All the heat sets are in here. Oh no, these two I left out. So these two I left out because these are a pain. You're going to want to push the heat set from the bottom side of the top surface. To do this, you will have to use your heat set tool at a bit of an angle to avoid burning the plastic that overhangs the holes. So what that is this piece here. You have heat sets that go into those two holes, but you don't have a straight shot really at either of them. This one a little more than this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a long stainless screw, and we are going to go through from the other side and just thread this in a couple of holes. And then I am going to pull on it while I just heat the heat set this side. And then See, Kyle, you guys are not quicker than me today. Using the pulling them in with the CNC kitchen removal tool. That is a great idea. Can we do that? Can we do that? It would require me knowing where my CNC kitchen removal tool is. Can we do that? I have it. I'm on fire today. Okay. So, did this thing get hot yet? No. Wow, a little bit, but not enough to burn me. Let's take that. And is not that. Is that it? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we'll take the M3 off, put the removal tool on here. Tighten that down good. Nope. Put it on here. Then put this on. Drop that. Make sure it's all settled. Then we can turn this on. That's going to take a little bit to heat up, but what we will also want to do is, we don't have a great place to set this, so those are 2.5s. Let's grab an M3 copper screw. Might as well grab 2 of them. Get this all set up for 2. Hold that there. Put that in just a little bit. Do the other side as well. Put that in there. Thread that in just a little bit. Come on. Okay, hopefully, I think I'm going to be required to use a longer screw here. The other side, I think I have enough room to pull that through, but here, I think I don't have enough room to fit this underneath that. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to use a little longer screw there. I don't want to use stainless. I want something that's going to transfer the temperature. So let's grab a 16mm steel screw. No, we're inserting these, and we're going to use this removal tool to insert heat sets. So that goes there, and then we can just put some gentle pressure on this, let things heat up, and it should pull in there. Removing to insert. That removal tool is fancy. He's got a new version of it too. Now this is not ideal because we're relying on that thermal conduction, but it is coming in. We don't want to pull too hard on this. Very gentle pressure. You don't want to break the part, and you also want to make sure that it's getting enough heat transfer to actually be effective. See, it's working its way in there. As long as we're pulling straight through, And it's really hard to make sure that I'm pulling straight through. Push on that just to make sure it's flat. Okay, so that one, we're gonna let that cool down. Do this one, which I expect should take a little less time. Yeah, it's pulling in already. And it's, I don't have a good way to push on it from the other side, so just do a very careful job of, yeah, that looks straight. That was not the most efficient way to do it, but it was the most fun way to do it for the moment. We'll let that sit there for a second. Probably shouldn't have it sit to the side in case those try to tweak. Not burn my hand hot. It's warm, and I did do a little bit. I did pull off to the side just a little bit there, but I'll trim that off and it'll be fine. But you answered that question 100 times. But what is this orange filament? It is from Fusion Filaments. It is a custom color that Zorancho requested. So those two are there. These back in here. Put that aside while I wait for the iron to cool down. It's from Fusion Filaments. So they have a similar filament called something Helix Orange that in their matte style. They have matte and gloss, and if you go out there, it's sold out and for the moment, but what I have here is the gloss version of it. That one I feel could be pulled in a little more, and I think the copper screw will work now that it's in, but it's not quite inserted all the way. The other one is, you can tell from that side, but if you look in here, you can see there's a gap there between. They make custom filaments for a cost. You have to commit to buying a certain amount. Sunfire Helix, there we are, thank you. Okay, let's pull this all the way in. Yep, can just barely get it on there. It's starting to move. Call that good. What soldering iron? I use a old Weller WES 51. If someone buys 5 kilograms, it should be worth it. No, not 5. More like 50 or more. Pulled it quite a bit more, as you can see. Go. That's right at the, that's not a gap. The thickness of the plastic right there is more than over here. And then I'm just going to take this little bit that I left there and trim that flush. There we go. A good gloss version of Sunfire Helix. There's no gloss version, correct. Only the matte. Okay, so those are in. Those are in. Those are a bit of a pain, but we dealt. Those are in. How are you finding printing that ABS GF? It's turning out great. All this has been printed on the Core 1 too. I can get the Core 1 to 60 to 65 C chamber temp by just putting a towel over it. It gets to 55 without that. So just that little bit of extra warmth I think is good. Glad to help, Deanna. Okay, then we have those. Then we have the one on the back. Yep, all the rest of these are in. What is this? Front plate. What is that part? Oh, carriage. Front plate. What is that from? I don't use this, right? I don't use that. What filament profile in Core 1? Interestingly, both of these filaments have been printed with the exact same profile. The Fusion and the ASA glass fiber. I use the exact same profile to print them, and they've been turning out pretty good. Probably not perfect, but really good. That's the 2020 carriage. Is that something I missed as far as documentation? It should say 2020 carriage heat sets. Back plate. And bottom adapter. So all I changed, Neil, on the, no, I grabbed a generic profile and then changed pressure advance and temperatures. Don't knock it. Thanks for the gifted memberships. I don't remember exactly which one I adapted is the problem. I changed a couple of settings and then saved it as a new filament profile. I'm not doing any runout switches. Another thing that's here but doesn't really say what it's for or if I needed it. More carriage stuff that we're not doing. Yeah, there's a lot of info here that's like, how does this actually go together on that? Does this all bolt directly to the Micron carriage? Is that how this works? Okay, let's do some learning, some investigations. See you, John. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so if this is like this, and we have our core part of the core part here, so this slips in here. That's kind of a satisfying little assembly. A couple of screws that hold it in there. This, so this has to go on here first. Okay. Tell you, or do you want? I'll figure it out. I appreciate that, Kyle. I really very much appreciate that. I want to play around a little bit here. That's probably a 25 millimeter screw. Is that what it says? Yep. And 3 by 25. We're not going to have anything in here, but let's do some assembly. Where'd those screws go? Is that these guys? Oh, that was a 20, but I think that's in the wrong spot. Yep. So we're going to do some dry fitting here, making sure we have all the right stuff. So that'll go in that far. These I think were, ooh, some filament scraps in there. Good thing. Oh yeah. And it is hex shaped on the bottom. So I'm gonna turn this, blow those out hopefully adequately. Then these guys are going in and never coming back out. Hopefully I cleared that out enough for them to reach the bottom. Let's see if I can see. Did they? Yep, they did. Okay, so that's there. Thing that I just had in my hand. There it is. This is going to go on like this. Tighten this too much. I don't want to screw up those. So that's going to go there. Then this goes on. Okay, so things are okay. Those are the only two screws that hold the tool head on, huh? I guess that's like V0. That's going to go there, and then the tool head goes on. Like that. And we'll tie it all together back here, so that gets the other points. So the board that the tool head board goes on will tie all of this together. It's looking, that's fine. No real concerns. I see why folks put a couple of holes in the front of the tool head to make this a little easier though. There's a third screw coming in to center top. It comes in from the rear. Yeah, it comes in from the rear. Comes in from this way, right? Yeah, I guess that's your third screw. I get it. I get what you're saying. I get it. Okay. So if that does that, then some of the things we can play around with. It's going to go on there. From the rear, yeah. And where are my fans? I had two fans close by. Here. Where did those go? I had two GDS time fans that I had set aside for this project. They were right on the workbench here. They were right there. Ah, there's one of them. Pretty pretty. Okay, so no screw holes in the front, hide all the hardware. Yes, I get it. Okay, so we need to go in there. It's to be deflanged. I know, just playing. Is that supposed to fit? Does it actually need to be? Yeah, it does. D-lid. I know. I get it. Does this just pop off? Does it break off? What's the... Oh, there we are. Okay. So, gently. Go. Just kind of work our way around. Work your way around. It looks to be pretty painless. That's a little thin spot, so likely. Delidded without breaking. No to take the fan apart. I was just checking things. So it's got to go that way. So then does the fan... There's a little cutout right there in the front for that fan wire. Where does that go in here? Does that get out of the way? Oh yeah, there's a little cutout right there for the same thing. And I understand this is gonna, I see that this is gonna need to be done on the printer because you can't do this off the printer because that screw has to go in there while it's sitting right here. Then you gotta put this, you gotta drop it first. Break the wires if you can. It does save about a millimeter, if that. Well, 2 millimeters, there's 2 fans. Okay, let's go back over here. That bolt's on there, that's there. Hot end goes in. Fan goes on. And the LEDs. The assembly there. Little piece. I want to get down to the fan stuff, so that has to go on there. Okay, delid your fan. Carefully lift the cover off the 4010 blower. In most cases, this can be done by hand. Assembly. Oh, so you don't actually secure the fan in here. It just, that's what I wanted to check. There's no, it looks like there could be screws that go in here, but they don't. There are little short screws that go in there, or do you just leave them off? Two and 2x6. I don't see it. Ah, secure the fan. Oh, you just can't, okay. You just can't see it here. It's just a very dark, okay. Yep, just easy to miss. Easy to miss, could be tweaked. guess I'll do some button heads. I think that's 4. This must be 6. Yeah. Those are not. Button head or socket head, I'm sure would be fine. Go. Itty bitty, using the 1.27 driver. I don't think there's actually hardware in there, in the screenshot here. If you zoom in right here, you can see. It's hard to tell if there's fasteners there, but I don't think there are. Anyway, that's fine. I thought it was less fiddly than Dragon Burner, but that doesn't say much. Oops. Here. Very, very, very no ugga-duggas. All we're doing is holding it in place. Very thin parts, especially with that's a drawback of a shiny glossy filament, is it's going to highlight all of those little artifacts. Very hard to get away from that. Yeah, this is... It looks great, but to have to do this all on the printer is kind of annoying. Where is the front grill? Let me see if I have my front grill. Oh, you know what? I might not have printed it. I might not have printed the front fan grill, thinking the intent was going to be to do it on the box turtle. So I may still have to print that. Oh, got fan box. See you, Leonard. Fans. Pretty sure this is one of the Delta. Hey, Panzerkatten. Oh, there's a bunch of them. There you go. Hot end fan. Oh, I needed one of these too. Playing around with this little underbed setup. I kind of liked it from utilize old afterburner parts. This is underbed fan for a Trident. I'm gonna try that. I was looking for one of those, so I'll just pull that out. Otherwise, I've got 60 millimeter, got more of these 20 millimeter Delta fans. I don't remember what this is. Oh, that's a 30. It's a teeny tiny 30 millimeter fan. 50-15s. Yep. I'm in a little better order. Yeah. Anyway, I had just ordered some of these recommended Delta fans off DigiKey. That guy is going to go on there. This mounts to there first. Jeez. Oh, gee. I overestimated what it was going to take to actually test fit and mock all this up. Or underestimated, I'm sorry. Underestimated what it was going to take. There it is. Oh, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Oh, more fans. Have some vendors, some honey badgers, more fun fans. This was, the vendors there were intended for a, the Reaper tool head, is that what it is? That kind of fizzled out. But at least it isn't 12 volts. Okay, so we have GB wants to know where the cats are today. They decided that they were more interested in seeing if Coconut was going to come back, because Coconut was down there outside earlier, and a little screw for something. And I think they're over there trying to figure out if he's going to come back. Was on hold, one dev went AWOL, the other's been super sick and had baby. Yeah, it happens, not a big deal. That's just what, I was just explaining what those were for. Okay, this is gonna go up here. This is gonna have to come off of here. So now this, in terms of fitting in here, little bit of droopiness at the top there. Let's see what we can. Is that what's causing any issues? Let's go. Put it away. No, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Could you please give us a glimpse at the size of Phoenix so my microns can catch a break? Yeah. There's a Cascade. There's a Phoenix. Phoenix. Not a small printer. Okay. You know what? we have made really good progress today. We have it all belted up. We have some of the electronics done. We've built an extruder. I have lots of little fiddly figuring out to do, and it's been 5 hours and I'm hungry. So I think this is a good point to end it. I'm gonna figure out what's keeping this from fitting in there well. Because it's not quite setting down in there. And maybe it is, and maybe it's just, yeah, no, there. And maybe it'll pull in when it's tightened. Yeah, maybe that's the case. I think it'll be fine. But, oh, one thing I forgot to show everybody earlier, but this is from that PIBA nylon. Just drop. Cook dinner before Tim's stream. Nice. What time does Tim start? In an hour? This is the Sirayatech PIBA. It's a nylon with a high rebound. That's pretty good. And the print turned out pretty fantastic. There is a PIBA profile in Prusa's profile, so I did it on the Core 1. That's the bottom surface. It is a little rough, but it's not really stretchy like it kind of indicated. This file, it's just search for air tennis ball on printables. I just picked one that looked fine. But yeah, it's a very print belts with it. I think it would be too stretchy for belts for sure. But it is a nylon, so layer adhesion is good, and rebound is definitely more than reasonable. What I need to know is what's a practical application I can try this for? What's something that needs that kind of durability and bounce? What's a good practical application for that? Oh, Martin, take care if you're still around. And Phil, take care. Had the desired effect. Nice. Try bent. Okay. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thanks for hanging out for this long. We will be back at this next week. I think it's probably another 3 streams. The intent, at least 3 streams, the intent is to try to get Roger on here because we're going to put Danger Clipper on it, otherwise now known as Calico. So, see ya, Kittrell. Go get some food, yeah. Tires for rock crawler or something. They just end up being slick. I think the TPU Air is a better thing for RC tires. But anyway, next weekend, Sunday, Micron. The following Saturday, or maybe the next one, will be hopefully finishing up the Charlie's Angel stream on the Blue Bear rebuild. So, thank you to LDO for letting me give away a Colony Clacker door and Polymaker for the filament. I hope everyone has a good rest of the week and enjoy the build. Bye.